Maisty completed a thesis under my direction in 1993, and we conducted a fairly extensive examination of the means for testing for independence amongst the various components of a DNA profile. His thesis was completed and it's been on the record since 1993. The first paper from the thesis appeared in print last week in the journal Genetica.
I'd like to turn your attention to what appears to be page 4 of your CV. And beginning on that page, are there publications listed of which you have either been sole author or co-author?
Well, starting on page 4 and then running some pages, it lists my complete publication list, yes.
And is that approximately 100 publications in total?
That's right.
Do they include a range of topics?
Well, yes and no. They're all involved in statistical analyses of genetic data. Some of them are purely theoretical. Some of them are applications of these methods to specific data sets, human, Drosophila, barley, maize. It doesn't really matter as far as my work is concerned what the organism is. Whenever genetic data are collected, then I'm happy to be involved in their analysis.
Have your publications included a substantial number dealing with human genetic characteristics?
Yes, in 2 different directions. What I'm primarily interested in is looking for associations of genetic markers with our human diseases. I think that's very important and very exciting work, and I've had several papers in that field. And as I said earlier, I've also been involved in the forensic arena recently, so I have had several papers targeted specifically to the kinds of data used by forensic scientists.
I'd like to call your attention, if I could, to 2 publications in particular. The first on page 5 that I believe is labeled number 29, titled Inferences About Linkage Disequilibrium.
Yes, that's a paper we published in 79, talking about the methods to detect associations or lack of independence between elements at different genetic loci. It's one of my more important papers. It's served as the foundation for a lot of our subsequent work.
All right, when you use the term independence among loci, can you tell us a little bit more about what you mean?
Well, it goes back to Mendel's second law, of course. What we are interested in knowing is if the information transmitted from parent to offspring at one locus, one region of the genome, is transmitted independently of information at different loci, different regions. For loci on different chromosomes, we would expect to find such independence, although, as I showed in my thesis in 1968, even loci on different chromosomes may have some slight dependence on the frequencies imposed by the size of the population and the mating structure. I'm digressing. The point is that we laid out in that paper some of the methods appropriate for detecting associations, regardless of the biological cause. And I think we need to stress that today. We are not interested in the biological mechanisms as much as in the consequences. What do the data look like? Do they exhibit independence and therefore may we proceed to use product rules, or do they not show consistency with independence, in which case we need to do something else?
In other words, basically you're looking at whether or not different regions of DNA may be linked in some fashion.
Yeah, I would prefer to use the word associated. Linked has a technical term, and we're not talking about linkage. We're talking about associations.
Turning your attention, if I can, to page 9 of your CV, in particular a publication numbered 89, entitled Effects of Inbreeding on Forensic Calculations. Was that another paper that you personally authored?
Yes, it's one of my more recent, and we always think our most recent papers are our best. But this was an invited paper for the annual review of genetics. The invitation came some time ago, and then when it came time to actually put pen to paper, I chose to write on this current area of the forensic applications. The paper was invited, but it still was subject to peer review. And although it has a somewhat narrow focus, I really took the opportunity to summarize a great deal of my thinking in the appropriate ways of analyzing the data. And I think I should say here that this, I believe, lays out the appropriate way to account for population structuring and thereby diffuse some of the problems people have felt faced by these data.
Turning to the next page, page 10, there's also a category labeled commentaries and correspondence.
Yes.
That appears to have 13 different items in it. Can you just tell us in summary fashion what commentaries and correspondence are?
Well, I like to remove from my publication list those things which are not scientific papers in the sense they've been through a peer review process and present novel scientific information. Some of these are reviews. The 1992 paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences was a review of the population genetic issues. I was invited by the editor of the journal to write a review, which I was pleased to do, but it did not go through a review process, a formal review. I solicited comments from several colleagues. So that is a review. Then there are several letters when I felt sufficiently annoyed with papers and journals that I would write a response, particularly to Science and Nature, who have published, once again, non-peer-reviewed, I don't want to say articles because they're not articles, pieces of writing. They have published items often critical of the forensic uses of DNA. I think they've given a very one-sided view of the debate, and on occasion I've managed to get a rebuttal letter published.
Now, when you refer to Science and Nature, you're referring to Science Magazine and Nature Magazine?
Yes, sir.
Turning to the next page, if we could, page 11, and in particular a category labeled books. Have you published books in the area of population genetics and their relationship with statistical data?
Yes, in 1990 I published a book, Genetic Data Analysis, which is meant to be a very broad reference work, if you like, of all the methods likely to be encountered by people generating genetic data of the kind we'll be talking about, and some other kinds. In press currently, there's a book to be published by a CLUA entitled Human Identification. For that volume, I acted as an editor. I solicited articles from a variety of people who have made substantial contributions to this field, and I was pleased when they agreed to write papers. The articles all went through a review process. The collection of papers has appeared already as a special issue of a journal, Genetica, and will appear as a hardcover book later this summer.
When you use the word Kluwer, is that K-L-U-W-E-R?
Yes, sir.
Turning, if we can, to what appears to be a second page 11, is that right?
Probably, yes. It does appear to be that way. It should be page 12. I'm sorry.
There's also a category entitled Book Reviews, is that right?
Yes, this is of really little consequence, I think. I publish reviews of other people's books.
In the same general areas you've described earlier?
Generally population genetics and statistics.
And then lastly, on what appear to be the remaining 2 pages, there is a listing of published abstracts by you.
Yes.
Just briefly, what are those?
These are just descriptions of presentations at some meetings.
All right, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing, I'd asked that this particular exhibit, People's Exhibit 407, be admitted.
Object. All right, it will be admitted.
Dr. Weir, I'd like to turn your attention to any activities you may have in terms of consulting in forensic DNA cases.
Yes?
First of all, do you engage in that type of activity?
Yes, I do.
What type of role do you have when you do that?
Well, on cases in particular, I'm approached by both defense and prosecution attorneys to give them assistance. I've always declined defense requests because I don't believe I can argue against the forensic uses of DNA. So when an attorney contacts me for the prosecution, I ask to see a copy of all reports provided them by the forensic scientists. And I focus on the statistical aspects of those reports. I then obtain the necessary databases used by that particular forensic scientist, conduct tests of such things as association, essentially duplicate the statistical aspects of the report, and then, if necessary, give testimony at both admissibility hearings and the subsequent trial.
Now, when you say you review the data, do you review the data in terms of not only the results of DNA testing in a forensic case, but also ultimately what are the frequencies reported to describe any matches?
Oh yes, that's part of my analysis. So.
And as far as looking at that type of data and your analysis, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for confirmation of my prior beliefs that the DNA markers used in forensic science are associated freely, that there is no evidence for dependence within or between loci.
And does that again relate to the ultimate use in a given case?
Yes, I'm sorry. Once we have demonstrated consistency with independence, then we may proceed to use the product rule. As I think I said earlier, if I find evidence for dependence, then we have to modify the production of profile frequencies.
And when you use the term dependence, would that then be the same as referring to association if you find it?
That's right, yes.
Approximately how many times have you consulted in this manner you've described?
I think I've given testimony in 16 cases.
And is that in one state or more than one state of this country?
It's the east and west coasts, California, Oregon, Washington on the west coast.
And in those instances, have you been allowed to testify as an expert in this area of genetic data and population frequencies?
Yes.
Now, as far as your own experience, and if you could describe to the court, please, how is it that in terms of these DNA typing techniques and genetic marker results that are obtained using them, that you became involved and experienced in examining the data obtained as a result of these testings? Is that question clear?
It wasn't particularly clear.
I didn't think so. What I'm really asking you, Dr. Weir, is as far as these DNA typing techniques and then ultimately obtaining results from them, how did you gain your experience to be able to look at these results and then determine from these tests whether or not there is, for instance, any of this association?
Well, my experience really points to my entire career. Since my early publications, I have been involved in setting up methods, not all of them, of course, directly relevant, but we talked about a 1979 paper. At that time, we were setting up statistical methods to analyze genetic data. This was, remember, a long time before DNA markers were in vogue. The methods we developed at that point have come to be seen as appropriate for the data we're currently involved with. So I think I'm qualified and have been requested to work on these issues on the basis of my publications, which, as I said, date back a long way.
And they deal with, for example, RFLP typing results and data generated as a result of that,
Oh, certainly.
as well as PCR type results?
Absolutely.
Have you in fact developed methods, that is, personally developed methods to evaluate this type of information?
Well, I can't publish a paper unless I have something new, so my papers, I think, invariably describe new tests or new approaches to old tests or evaluations of tests. So I think it's fair to say that the methods I use are either so standard they don't need to be justified, or that they're ones that we have worked on and provided the justification.
You described around, I believe it was 1983, during your sabbatical, and I think that was the Guggenheim Fellowship period.
Yes, sir.
That obviously, or first of all, let me ask it as a question, was that around the time that DNA typing techniques were being developed?
As it turns out, probably while I was sitting in Edinburgh, Professor Jeffries was down the road at Leicester working on the methods which have subsequently came to be called DNA fingerprints.
As far as these methods that you utilized or have developed to evaluate genetic marker data, did you develop some of those methods even before DNA typing was available?
Yes, certainly.
And have you developed additional methods since DNA typing has been available?
Yes, one of the interesting aspects of the forensic uses, apart from the obvious applications, the interest to me is that the data are so discriminating. The RFLPs in particular have so many types, which is the reason they're used, that they prevented some novel challenges for such issues as testing for independence. So we had to do a little development and extension of our previous works. And then, of course, our methods must be tailored to the way that data are generated. I'm sure you've heard described Cellmark's floating bin method versus the FBI's fixed bin methods. These are different ways of generating data. Those different ways must be reflected in the methods of analysis. So I've had to accommodate those methods in the subsequent analyses.
That was actually going to be the next question I asked, and perhaps I can ask it in a somewhat summary fashion. In your evaluation of DNA typing data, do you use methods that were developed either by yourself or others even before DNA typing was available?
Yes, I think I've said that, yes.
And do you also then use methods developed either by yourself or others to evaluate DNA typing data that were developed after DNA typing was available?
Certainly, yes. I think it's necessary to perform appropriate statistical validation studies on the forensic databases.
So is it
before they're
correct?
used.
I'm sorry.
Before they're used.
Is it correct to say then that many of these techniques that are even used today to evaluate DNA data have been in existence for many, many years?
Oh, certainly.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention, Dr. Weir, to experience that you've previously had with Cellmark Diagnostics.
All right.
Is there any relationship between your university and Cellmark?
Yes, we have a contractual arrangement. I think it's technically called a memorandum of understanding, whereby my university undertakes to perform analyses for Cellmark.
What work do you, well, first of all, are you involved in that relationship?
Yes.
What type of work does that entail?
Currently, and the immediate reason for the contract was to evaluate their new databases. As you probably know, they have data collected from their paternity testing business, and they have culled data from their paternity records to serve as a forensic database. And Cellmark wished these new databases to be evaluated for independence.
And you have been involved in that evaluation?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the methods used in Cellmark or at Cellmark Diagnostics as far as reporting population frequency data based on DNA matches?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become familiar with the methods that they utilize?
I think it must have been late 1990. I had discussions with them, and they provided me with copies of their then current databases and were very generous in both sharing the data and explaining in some detail how the data were collected, how they were used, explained their binning strategies and so forth. And with their cooperation, I was able to perform analyses and subsequently publish those. I think it was 1991 in a paper in the American Journal of Human Genetics.
In fact, in your CV, do you list a specific reference? And perhaps we can, if you're able to point us in the direction of what publication number that publication is in which you published your own results of evaluating data at Cellmark.
That's item number 77. I say it was published in 1992.
Listed on page 8 of your CV?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, that was number 77?
Number 77.
As far as your familiarity with frequency calculations and frequency data at Cellmark, does that include RFLP data?
Yes, this paper we're talking about here was RFLP. As part of our contract, we've also examined their current PCR database.
Would that conclude the genetic marker DQ alpha?
DQ alpha polymarker, yes.
And when you use the term polymarker, are you referring to 5 individual genetic markers that are collectively referred to as polymarker or PM?
That's right.
I'd like to turn your attention, Dr. Weir, to the California Department of Justice.
All right.
To your knowledge, well, first of all, are you aware of what types of data are used at the California Department of Justice in the area of frequency data?
Yes, over the last few months I've had several conversations with Gary Sims, who's explained to me that the DOJ uses data collected by the FBI.
Could you describe for the court, please, how and if you are familiar with FBI data in the area of DNA typing?
Yes, I first met Dr. Podoli from the FBI, I think in December of 1989, and he asked for some assistance and collaboration on interpreting and analyzing their databases, and subsequently provided me with their current and subsequent versions of their various databases. And as a result of that initial contact, I did some work on their RFLPs and published an analysis of that also in 1992, item number 72, a paper published in the journal Genetics. Since that time, I've kept close contact with the FBI. We have no financial or contractual arrangements at all with the FBI. I've kept close contact with them, and as they've added more probes, I've kept up, if you like, with their analysis. And the most recent data I obtained from them was in this year, RFLP, and I've also got a copy of a set of their PCR-based loci and performed analyses on those.
So you are familiar with the FBI's databases as used by the Department of Justice in this case, both in the RFLP markers as well as the PCR markers used at the Department of Justice?
Yes, I am.
To your knowledge, does that include DQ alpha and D1S80? And I'm referring to the Department of Justice.
Yes, there's a constellation of 7 loci, DQ alpha, D1S80, and the 5 collectively known as the polymarker.
The publication you described, that publication involved your analysis of FBI data, is that right? In particular, RFLP frequencies.
There's item number 72, and then a more recent paper, the one number 96, also on RFLP data from the FBI.
And that was published in the journal Genetics?
Genetica.
As far as your own personal analysis of data, has that been limited to Cellmark and the FBI, or has it included other forensic laboratories?
No, I've been kept quite busy. In the private sector, I've looked at data from Life Codes, Genetic Design, and a Roche Biomedical. In the government agencies, apart from the FBI, the State Bureau of Investigation in North Carolina, and the corresponding agencies in South Carolina, Dade County and Broward County in Florida, Minnesota, Oregon, Toronto, New Zealand, Australia, and the United Kingdom.
Now, in these analyses that you undertake with regard to these labs, can you briefly tell us what that entails? What are you looking for?
Well, we are looking primarily for any evidence of associations between the various types. And we are also looking for measures of the degree to which different populations differ, the amount of difference in frequencies between, say, Caucasians and Hispanics.
Have you, first of all, with reference to this particular case before the court involving Mr. Simpson, have you undertaken a review of frequency data generated by both Cellmark and the California Department of Justice?
Yes.
And in the course of that review, have you produced a report?
I have a somewhat fluid report, yes.
By fluid, what do you mean?
I mean, it has been undergoing improvements.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to have marked as, perhaps the best method would be Exhibit 408
All right.
and 408A. I'll describe them. Exhibit 408 appears to be a report by Dr. Weir dated June 21, 1995, consisting of what appear to be one cover sheet plus pages 1 through 48. And I'd ask that 408A be a similar report dated also June 21st, but with the additional notation addendum, which appears to consist of 4 pages plus a cover sheet,
Thank you.
which have been provided to the defense at more than one time period, different forms. Doctor, we're showing you first what will be Exhibit 408, the lengthier document. Is that the report that you have prepared in this case?
Yes, it is.
Referring specifically, well, let me go a little further with Exhibit 408. First of all, that has some stamped numbers in the upper right-hand corner. Is that right?
DNA, is it 09477?
You're not involved in the placement of those numbers. Is that right?
No, those numbers are not mine.
With regard to this particular document, and it is dated yesterday, is that right, June 21st?
Yes.
Did you, since yesterday, produce what can be perhaps characterized as 2 replacement pages with some changes in data on 2 of the pages?
Yes, I did, and I should apologize, although I don't think I am completely to blame. In doing doing RFLP calculations for the DOJ report, I had included all the bands they reported in their profiles, forgetting or not knowing that they do not report frequencies on the high molecular weight bands. So that, I apologize for that. I removed those bands yesterday and so essentially replaced those 2 pages.
That led to a correction of those 2 pages? In other words, the information you obtained yesterday?
Yes.
Could you just tell us what your page numbers are for those 2 pages so that the record will be clear?
It's pages 21, page 22, and the corrections are on table 18. And I see this copy is annotated, replaces. And then on page, I believe it's page 42.
Or 41?
Excuse me, page 41, table 32. These are both tables referring to the DOJ's RFLP calculations, now reflecting the fact that the high molecular weight bands do not have frequencies assigned to them.
Incidentally, do those corrections in these 2 replacement pages have anything to do with DNA mixtures in this case?
Oh, no.
Now, if I can turn your attention to the shorter document, 408A, can you simply tell us briefly what that document is?
Yes, my full report contains information on mixtures, except for the RFLP mixtures on the glove reported by DOJ. I received that information later, so this addendum is simply to present really a table of frequencies for the 3 items from the glove on which there were RFLP mixtures.
So the addendum 408A refers to RFLP glove mixtures, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now,
From DOJ.
from the Department of Justice.
Yes.
As far as this case, can you describe for us the material that you reviewed to conduct your analysis?
Well, I've reviewed the various reports provided by both Cellmark and DOJ. And of course, as always in any such case, I review the appropriate databases from either the FBI or from Cellmark. Maybe this is the appropriate place to say that all my calculations rely on 3 sets of data. The Cellmark RFLP databases, both their original and their new, that's 1 set. The FBI's RFLP data on 7 RFLP loci. And then the FBI's PCR database, the whole 7 PCR loci.
As far as this review, you utilized material provided to you by both laboratories?
Yes, both their reports, which I obtained through the prosecution, and numerous telephone conversations.
That was actually going to be my next question. Did there come instances, or did there arise instances in which you had questions that you needed answers from the testing laboratories?
Yes, and in particular on the mixtures, I needed to be absolutely sure what the labs had found in their mixture studies, and I believe I now understand that, and that greatly simplified the analysis to have a complete understanding.
Did there come a time when you were asked to examine mixtures in this case as far as frequency data was concerned?
Well, I'm not sure. As soon as I obtained the reports, I proceeded to an analysis, and then I think Ms. Khan asked me, or maybe it was you who asked me a little while ago to do a complete analysis.
Perhaps we can provide a little bit of a history. Did you produce an initial report earlier this year?
Well, yes, in December I wrote a report and began on the analysis of mixtures and didn't proceed very far at that point, merely to point out that there were mixtures available, these needed to be interpreted. But I don't believe I did any calculations at that point.
Did you perform calculations on the non-mixtures?
Oh, yes, on all the single stains that were available to me then.
And I believe you said that was as early as December?
Yes, I wrote the report and sent it late December.
Now, carrying forward to later in 1995, were you at some point asked to look at mixtures in terms of calculating frequencies?
Yes.
And you simply don't recall if that was Ms. Khan or myself?
No, I don't.
Can I just a moment, Your Honor? Dr. Weir, as far as mixtures, what I'm going to ask you to do is describe for the court, please, about the area of attaching frequencies to mixtures. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I'd like to do it slowly
That's a good idea.
and to set the language to talk about single stains first, because it's not different. When there is a single stain found to match a person of interest, to attach some numerical weight to that evidence of a match, the first step is to calculate the frequency with which random people would produce the profile found in the stain. So we loosely say we calculate the frequency of the evidentiary profile. In essence, we add up all the possible people who could have contributed. Now, the addition's kind of trivial because there's only one type there. There's a single genotype, and we add up that single genotype frequency. And that number is what we've seen reported in this case. Typically, these are given as 1 in some number, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 1,000,000. Remember that those are frequencies of the stain. It's best to interpret that number by flipping it upside down and saying the evidence is 1,000 times more likely to have arisen if it was given by this person versus if it was given by an unknown person. It's the unknown person for whom we've calculated the frequency. Now let's turn to a mixture, and if we look at all the typing, and there are more than 2 alleles at any locus.
And you're referring now to whether it's RFLP or PCR marker.
That's correct. Any of the loci examined, if they have more than 2 alleles, we have evidence that there was more than one contributor to the stain. If we look at all the loci and find 2, 3, or 4 alleles at every locus, we have evidence that there were 2 contributors. If we found more than 4 alleles at any locus, we would have evidence of at least 3 contributors, and so forth. To keep things in focus here, let's suppose that the evidence at all the loci typed has 4 or fewer alleles. The evidence points to there have been 2 contributors. We want to attach a frequency. The question, remember, and it's not possible to avoid the proper framework. The framework is, how do we interpret the evidence? We believe either that the stain was contributed by these 2 particular people or 3 particular people, or it was not. The or it was not can be interpreted as this stain was contributed by 2 unknown people, or by 3 unknown people. What is the frequency with which 2 unknown people would contribute this stain? So we add up all the frequencies of 2 people, pairs of people, who between them would have this mixed stain. So if there was a single locus and there were 4 bands, 4 alleles, 1, 2, 3, and 4, we have to add up all the possibilities. How likely is it that 2 people, 2 unknown people, between them would have these 4 bands? The people might be, first person might have bands 1 and 2, the second person have bands 3 and 4. Or it might be that the first person has bands 1 and 3, second person 2 and 4. There are a whole host of situations. It's essential to interpret the data correctly. The evidence suggests there is a mixture. To perform an analysis which ignores the evidence of there being a mixture is wrong. It is completely misleading. We must add up the frequencies under the situation suggested by the evidence. The evidence suggests 2 contributors. We must add up the frequencies with which 2 contributors between them have this mixed profile.
All right. Could I have just a moment again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I was going to turn to use of the Elmo so that the witness could demonstrate something. However, we apparently need, if we could have a brief recess to be able to do that.
How brief?
10 minutes, I'm told.
What do we need to have?
Just the overhead projector, the Elmo system turned on, because the document's not complicated. I mean, using the document's not complicated. I think it's just,
Why don't you just hand me the document?
all right, if that's fine. I have given a copy to counsel.
All right.
Actually, let me start with using one of the boards, if I may, Your Honor.
All right.
Dr. Hero, what I'm going to ask you to look at is a particular result in this case. First of all, with regard
Why don't you
to,
go ahead and spin that around so both the doctor and I can see it, since we don't have to worry about whether the jury can see it. Thank you.
first of all, Dr. Weir, have you seen a smaller or 8.5 by 11 version of this particular board?
Yes, sir.
What I'm going to ask you to do, and first of all, in your analysis of the results in this case, did you look at what's labeled on this board as item number 29, steering wheel?
Yes.
Would that be an example that you could use, that is the actual results with regard to that item, to talk about frequencies in mixtures?
That would be fine.
That particular item contained results, and let's look, if we can, at simply the DQ alpha marker. Is that acceptable?
That's fine.
The particular results on item number 29 at the DQ alpha marker showed the appearance of 3 different alleles. Is that right?
That's right. And just reading from the board here, 1.1, 1.2, and 4. And I should say now that I am taking no notice of descriptors such as weaker or possible trace. I am assuming that if the allele is mentioned, it's present.
So when you perform your own analyses, when a particular allele is described as present, you're not paying attention for frequency purposes of a description such as weaker, trace, etc.
That's right.
Now, with regard to that particular item at the DQ alpha marker, does that indicate a mixture?
Yes, there are 3 alleles, and that must, obviously, it implies more than one contributor. One person would only have 2 alleles.
As far as your review of this particular case and the specific results, and in particular with regard to that item, were you asked to calculate an approximate frequency to describe that mixture and how often one might encounter that mixture?
Yes, I was and did calculate the frequency with which two contributors or three contributors would have between them those three alleles.
All right. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to have marked then as Exhibit 409 a one-page document that's labeled at the top, percentage of population included in LAPD number 29.
All right.
I'm told that if the monitors are turned on that we can proceed, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Weir, I think there's an on button on your monitor there. I don't know if
It seems to be on.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
As a foundation, with what will be marked Exhibit 409, the one-page document, have you had an opportunity to look at that document? You probably
Yes.
are asking yourself, what document is it? Did you have a chance,
Yes, you have showed me this page, yes.
and does that page relate to item number 29 and the particular alleles that were revealed by testing by both Cellmark and the Department of Justice?
Yes, it just lays out, without the all the details, it lays out the method I used to calculate the frequency of two contributors to a mixture.
Very good. Actually, let me also hand a copy. First of all, Dr. Weir, there have been copies made showing you this one-page document that will be Exhibit 409. Is that the document that you
Yes.
had an opportunity to look at?
Yes, sir.
And we have an extra copy for the court also, if you could hand yours. Now, Dr. Weir, could you describe what this particular document shows?
Yes, this is just as I said, it's to lay out the possibilities with which two people would contribute to the DQ alpha mixed stain. As we've said, the mixed stain has three alleles, and we know therefore it's a mixture. There is, I should say, there is no evidence at any of the loci typed on item 29 of there being three contributors. However, for this demonstration, we're working under the assumption there were two contributors, and I must stress we must work under the assumption of it being a mixture. By definition, there is more than one contributor. So we need to examine the possibilities. How likely is it that two people would have between them these three alleles? So you have listed out, looks like a dozen or so possibilities. The first person, for example, the first row here, the first person could be a 1.1 homozygote, the second person a 1.2 and 4 heterozygote.
In other words, let me stop you for a moment. That is one possibility when there are two contributors to a mixture to produce the results that were obtained by these laboratories.
That's right. If those two people were the contributors to the stain would look like as it does. The stain would have those three alleles, no more and no less, if those two people were the contributors.
Now, is the remainder of that left-hand column, or the two left-hand columns, first person and second person, simply the remaining possibilities for a two-person mixture producing those results?
Yes, I think there are all the possibilities, all the ways in which two people between them could have those three alleles.
The second line, a misprint. First person, 1.2.
It should be a 1.24, yes, Your Honor.
I'm afraid I'll have to take responsibility for that one, Your Honor. Incidentally, this document, it was not prepared by you. Is that right, Dr. Weir?
That's correct.
So should that one point under the second listing of first person simply be deleted so that it would read 1.2, comma 4?
Yes.
Now, in the upper portion, and this is referring simply to the first listing of first person 1.1, 1.1, and second person 1.2, and then 4, there are listed two categories of racial groups. Is that right?
That's right. Excuse me.
Is this simply one listing of what, if the chart were complete, would be many more listings?
That's right. In all our calculations, single or mixed stains, when we compute frequencies for unknown people, we must recognize that these are really unknown. We know nothing about their ethnicity. We don't know which frequencies to attach, so we go through all the possibilities we have. For example, these two people, the first one may have been African American and the second Caucasian, or vice versa. Or one of them, the first one may have been African American, the second Hispanic, or vice versa. And we could go on, and what I have done in this case is to assume that either of the two people were not of four different ethnicities, but have frequencies I've taken from four different databases.
Incidentally, this chart, as is shown now on the overhead projector, is it taken simply from your report?
This is essentially an extraction of Table 29B.
And in your report, have you described all of these combinations under the first person and second person, as well as all of the major racial category combinations for both a two-person and a three-person mixture?
I have.
Can you describe for the court, please, and I'm referring now to, again, simply the first possible combination listed at the top, how a calculation is made by you or was made by you with regard to this mixture?
Yes. Well, I'm invoking the product rule. I'm calculating the frequency of a combination of alleles by multiplying together their separate frequencies.
So if you could just describe for us what those numbers, what are they describing that are listed under the two racial categories and then ultimately the frequency at the end?
All right. So the first line of the table is where the first person was a 1.1 homozygote, this unknown person, and this unknown person has frequencies which could be described by the African American database. Now, I've reported those frequencies in my report, but I'll just tell you the frequency in the FBI's PCR database for allele 1.1 in the African Americans is 0.117. So we square that frequency. It multiply it by itself because we have two copies of that allele for that unknown homozygous person.
Let me stop you for a moment. When you square it or multiply it by itself, is that the same process that's used for describing stains from one donor in this case?
Certainly.
And that's used across the various boards, is it?
Yes.
That you've been provided copies of?
Yes.
In other words, those are frequencies that have already, to your knowledge, been reported in court in this case.
Those are the single person frequencies, yes.
All right, proceed if you would.
So that we've accounted, now we've attached a number to the chance of the first person being of 1.1 homozygous genotype and have frequency from African American. The second person we have assumed for this calculation to be Caucasian. We don't know. We've assumed it for this calculation here. That person is a 1.24 heterozygote, so we multiply together the frequencies of the 1.2 allele. That number is 0.176. And the 4 allele, that number is 0.328. And of course, we have to double that product from the, we don't know which way round the alleles came to the person, what their parental origins. So we now have a frequency if this is the 2PQ frequency for that genotype from the Caucasian database.
And again, is that the same step, that is, of multiplying the frequencies of the two different alleles and then multiplying it by 2 that's used in the reporting of single stain DNA results?
Yes, it certainly is. Now, of course, the only novel feature of this analysis is to recognize there were two contributors, and these people we are assuming are independent, and we multiply their frequencies together. So, and that's the right-hand column, the 0.00158, which is about 0.15%. That's the frequency with which two people at random have those two specific genotypes, one person being African American, the other being Caucasian.
Now, do you then undertake that same analysis with regard to, and let's just stay with for the moment, the first possible combination of 1.1, 1.1, and 1.24? Do you calculate that for each of the racial combinations that are possible?
Yes, as I said, I'm using the FBI's 4 databases, so there are a total of 10 possible pairs of databases.
Do you also then, and did you, in terms of your analysis in this case, perform the same calculation for the remaining 11 combinations of DQ alpha types amongst 2 people?
That's right.
And do you, for each one of those, produce ultimately a frequency for each combination that would, on this chart, if it were totally complete, then go under the category or column of frequency?
That's right.
Once you've done that for each possible combination, what do you do next?
Add up those, sum those frequencies, sum the frequencies of the unknown contributors.
In other words, sum, in this instance, what would be 0.15%, sum the next calculation for the second combination of markers, and on down to the bottom with all 12.
That's right. We sum the frequencies of all the possible genotypes for the pairs of people that could have contributed, yes.
And in terms of your analysis in this case, as well as your report, did you report those totals for each racial category combination?
Almost. We are almost there. This is for the DQ alpha.
Yes.
We then need to repeat the calculations for the other loci and the mixture. In this case, well, I guess it's only DQ alpha here, so excuse me. So then we are complete. The sum of those 12 numbers, as I've reported here, is 1 in 71.
And that would be for what racial category?
That's when either of the contributors was African American and the other was Caucasian.
Incidentally, with regard to item 29, and let's clarify that, assuming that there were indeed, well, first of all, were you informed and provided material that there were also polymarker results on the steering wheel?
Yes, and I realize I've just misled you. The 1 in 71 is in fact the number from using all the loci. So that would be the cell mark determination, DQ alpha plus polymarker. I've used all the 6 loci, done a calculation like we see on this chart, multiply those results from each locus together, multiply the sums for each locus.
Now, when you've used the example of 1 out of 71, that was just one of the combinations possible, that is, 1 African American and 1 Caucasian, correct?
That's right.
And you also performed this summing technique for each of the combinations of African American, Caucasian, Southwest Hispanic, and Southeast Hispanic?
Yes, the whole 10 combinations.
And you, in fact, produced tables showing what the frequencies would be using this calculation method for each of these combinations.
I did.
This method that you've described, in your opinion, is that an appropriate one to describe a frequency?
It is both my opinion and it's the recommendation from the literature.
And the recommendation of the literature.
Yes.
When you say the literature, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to a paper by Everett et al. In 1989, I think. Excuse me. Everett et al. 1991, Journal of the Forensic Science Society, Volume 31, page 41.
Spell that name for us, please.
Everett, E-V-E-T-T.
What is there about this? Well, let me rephrase that question. Did you conduct this same analysis in this same method with regard to the remaining mixtures in this case?
Yes, I did.
Does this method apply to RFLP results as well as DQ alpha results?
Certainly.
I'm sorry. Does it apply to not only RFLP results but also PCR results as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to be marked as Exhibit 410.
410.
A document previously provided to the prosecution by the defense some weeks ago, entitled Percentage of Population Included in Stain Number 29 Bronco Steering Wheel, that has a different appearance than the previous chart. All right. And perhaps if we could, with the court's permission, use the projector again. Dr. Weir, do you see the document that will be marked shortly, Exhibit 410?
Yes,
Have you seen that document previously?
yes.
Does this document refer to the same results, and I'm referring to just the DQ alpha results, on the same evidence item, number 29, the steering wheel stain?
Yes, it does.
Is this, well, first of all, is this a table of some sort?
Yes.
What does it describe?
It describes, it adds up, it describes the single person genotypes who could have been contributors to the stain. Let me restate that. It lays out all the genotypes of individual people who could be amongst the contributors to the mixed stain.
How does this compare? And I'm only referring to the listing of possible genotypes. What differences, if any, are there between this chart and your own?
Well, they're the same. For an individual, that chart and yours both list all the possible genotypes.
There were 12 combinations listed on your chart, and there appear to be simply 6 listings under the term matching genotypes on this second chart, Exhibit 410. Is that right?
That's correct.
What's the difference between the two?
Well, the one we are looking at on display now is for single people. It has no relevance, of course, because we know this is a mixture. This is a mixture of at least 2 people. So to add up the frequencies of single individuals, I would say, at best, is misleading.
Well, let's go into a little bit more detail about this chart. What does it list off to the right of the column matching genotypes?
Well, for each of the single genotypes, the frequencies are listed from 3 databases, and those frequencies, I'm sure, are correct. So 1.9% of Caucasians are expected to be 1.1 DQ alpha homozygotes. And it's interesting, 1.9%, I imagine I should say we have slightly different databases, but that 1.9 corresponds to our previous 0.117 squared. It's the same, purports to be the same frequency. The numbers are different because they're different databases.
Okay, let me stop you for just a moment. As far as a description of differences in approaches to mixtures, the fact that the databases in this specific example are different, does that impact your ability to describe the different approaches to frequency calculation?
No, it has no impact.
Now, as far as these frequencies then on this chart, Exhibit 410, do they reflect then simply frequencies in these 3 racial groups, major racial groups, of these different 6 genotypes?
That's right.
You've used the term "this is misleading," referring to this chart. Is that right?
Absolutely is, yes.
And you're referring to it being misleading in the context of the results for item 29 in this case. Is that right?
Yes, I believe it's quite misleading.
Why is it quite misleading?
Because it gives the impression that this mixed genotype would occur. It gives the impression, it doesn't say so, but it gives the impression this mixed stain would occur in 45.4% of Caucasians. Now, I know that's not what that chart says, but that's the distinct impression it's giving. The impression is given that this mixed stain would be found almost half the time if the unknown contributor was Caucasian. That's nonsense. Why? Because we have a mixture of 3 alleles from 2 people or more. It makes no sense at all to say that mixture could occur nearly 50% of the time.
With regard, I'm sorry.
When I've just demonstrated that the frequency with which 2 people would give rise to that mixture is 1 in 71, and we can go on to describe the frequency with which 3 people. We cannot and should not present any analyses on mixtures which ignore the fact that it is a mixture.
In your opinion, does this chart, simply summing up the genotypes, ignore the fact that the stain is a mixture?
It does.
In your own calculations, and I believe you've already stated, you did it for both 2 possible contributors as well as 3 possible contributors. Is that right?
I did.
Does this calculation process, as shown as, again, in the document Exhibit 410 that's on the projector, does it differentiate in any manner between 2 contributors, 3 contributors, or however many?
And this document makes no such distinction. It is only for a single contributor, in fact.
In your opinion, is the method utilized by you in this case a more accurate and reliable means of assigning a frequency to a mixture?
I would take out the word more. It is reliable and accurate.
In your view, is the method as demonstrated by this exhibit 410, can you say the same about it?
It is not appropriate.
Now, for purposes of this hearing only, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to refer to a passage that we have previously discussed in the National Research Council report.
Funny, I was about to do that myself.
And I think I have a Xerox copy of that page, if that's acceptable. I don't know if the court wants it marked as an exhibit or not.
So we can refer to it as page 59 of the NRC report if that's what you're about to do.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
Showing you, Dr. Ware, a one-page Xerox. First of all, have you had an opportunity before today to read a document entitled DNA Technology and Forensic Science from the National Research Council?
Yes, I have read it.
Have you in fact read it in some detail on prior occasions?
Yes.
The document before you, is that simply a one-page Xerox, although I believe it has some highlighting on it in yellow, of, in particular, page 59 of that report?
Yes, it is.
That report contains a reference to samples that are mixtures, is that right?
Yes.
And in particular, with respect to that reference, the final sentence in what appears to be the fourth full paragraph contains a statement about an appropriate manner, according to this report, of dealing with mixtures. Is that right?
That's right.
Could you just read that sentence?
If a suspect's pattern is found within the mixed pattern, the appropriate frequency to assign such a match is the sum of the frequencies of all genotypes that are contained within, i.e. that are a subset of the mixed pattern.
With regard to that statement, what does that mean to you as an expert?
Well, I have trouble answering that question, as I would have answering any question on this NRC report. However, because I have little regard for the report statistics, the report is saying that we should add up the frequencies of all genotypes that are contained. The sentence as it's contained is ambiguous. It would allow a person to interpret as adding up the genotypes for single people, as we see on the chart on the board, or to add up the frequencies of genotypes, meaning genotypes of the plural contributors, which is what I've done.
Okay, let me stop you for just a moment. From your reading of that one-sentence description or recommendation, is it your opinion that it is written in such a fashion that you can't determine from its words whether it's describing the technique that you have used in this case or any other technique?
I believe it's ambiguous, yes.
In your view, does it cover the technique as shown by Exhibit 410, which is simply adding up genotypes?
Yes.
In your opinion, does it also include the technique utilized by you and previously described this morning in this case?
I think it does, but I don't think that's relevant to my calculations.
In what sense?
As I'm not going to base any of my calculations on this NRC report.
As far as multiple contributors, and I may have asked this before, you've done it for 2 or 3 possible contributors in this case.
That's right. As I said, the evidence contains information of more than one contributor. It contains no information whatever of more than 2 contributors. I know that there would be interest in there being 3 contributors to some of the stains. The evidence points to 2 contributors. I've chosen to do calculations as if there were 3 contributors in addition.
Your technique allows you the ability to do that for more than 2, 3, 4, etc.
Certainly, the calculations get more lengthy, but no more complicated.
Your Honor, I would like to move in these three remaining, actually, I think it's four remaining exhibits again for purposes of this hearing only. And I think that would be 408 as well as 408A, 409, and 410.
All right, they'll be received.
And I have no further questions.
All right. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start with the cross-examination. All right, Doctor, you can step down.
10 placed on the Elmo, please. Okay, Dr. Weir, I'd like you to take a look at this chart that's previously been marked, chart 410, that was prepared by the defense. And I think you'll see on this chart there's a list of numbers that are summed.
Yes.
Can you tell me, is each of those numbers the frequency of a genotype?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, now let's take a look at chart number 409, please. Now, Dr. Weir, are you looking at chart 409, which was previously prepared by the prosecution?
Yes, I am.
All right, now I'd like you to look at this, the number that's listed under the column headed frequency, it's number 0.15%.
Yes.
Dr. Weir, is that the frequency of a genotype?
It's the frequency of genotypes of the contributors to the mixed stain.
But it's not the frequency of a genotype.
No,
is it?
certainly not. That would be quite inappropriate.
And what it actually is the product of the frequencies of two genotypes.
Certainly. Certainly.
And so the reason that that number is so small, 0.15%, is that you've taken two numbers and multiplied them together, taking two percentages and multiplied them together to get a smaller percentage. Isn't that what you've
The
done?
frequency is the product, yes.
All right. Now, does the National Research Council report say anything about taking the product of two frequencies before you sum up these?
No, but that's implied by the language. The frequency of the genotypes couldn't mean anything else.
All right. So your conclusion is that it couldn't mean anything else. That's the way you read it.
Certainly, we're talking about a mixture. To talk about an analysis of a mixture, ignoring the mixture would make no sense, and I don't believe that that was what was intended.
Is that what you always believed the NRC report meant, or is this a new interpretation you've arrived at only recently?
I hadn't ever thought about this until quite recently. I've always done it the correct way.
Well, what perplexes me, Dr. Weir, is that you've prepared several different versions of a report in this
Yes,
case, have you
I have,
not?
yes.
Objection argument is one of the questions.
Overruled. Proceed.
All right. We have one report from you that's co-authored with Mr. Buckleton,
Dr. Buckleton.
Dr. Buckleton, that is dated May 11th.
Yes.
That's correct. And in the report with Dr. Buckleton, you used likelihood ratios, a different kind of statistic.
No, not a different kind of statistic.
All right, let me rephrase the question. You used likelihood ratios to provide a measure of the extent to which the evidence favors one scenario over another. Is that
The
correct?
complete analysis must be in that framework. Of course, a part of that calculation is the part we're discussing at this point. This is the first part in the complete and appropriate analysis.
All right, and then on May 31st, you produced another report labeled a draft. This one single-authored by yourself, is that right?
If you say yes. Mhm.
All right, and this report also used likelihood ratios to characterize the value of mixtures.
Oh, as does my current report. The phrasing is still there, but my current report is focusing on this component of the likelihood ratio.
And in fact, the report says likelihood ratios are essential in interpreting the evidentiary value of mixed stains, doesn't it?
Yes, that's true, yes, whether they're single or mixed. And of course, we have had them throughout this case. Every number that's on the board is in fact giving us a likelihood ratio. The numbers I've discussed this morning for the mixture stains are giving us likelihood ratios by inverting them.
Likelihood ratio for distinguishing between what hypotheses, Dr. Weir?
The hypothesis of the two contributors being known versus them both being unknown.
Okay. Are you planning to tell the jury that those frequency numbers are in fact likelihood ratios?
If I'm asked and under oath, I would have no choice but to say, of course they are.
Okay. Then there was another report that was produced just this week with the date of June 20th. You're familiar with that? That was June 20th is actually Tuesday.
Yes.
Let's see where that one is. Yeah. So there's a June 20th report. On Tuesday, we got a report. That report also used likelihood ratios. Is that right?
Well, all the reports have likelihood ratio language in them. All the reports also calculate frequencies of multiple contributors to a mixed stain. I'm not sure I understand what the distinction you're trying to make.
Okay. And in the report of June 20th, you are quite critical of the National Research Council's method for dealing with mixtures, are you not?
If it was interpreted as a single mixed, yes, a single contributor, I would be, yes.
Right. In fact, I see the sentence that reads, in particular, the method of assigning frequencies for mixtures suggested by the NRC report ignores the type of the profile of the person or people of interest and therefore has no probative value. Do you remember that sentence being
Yes, but that's a separate issue, of course. That's talking about the numerator of the likelihood ratio. And that criticism, of course, is still with us. I think we're trying to confuse two issues here. Whether or not we give likelihood ratios is in a sense, immaterial. But if we were to, we are comparing frequencies under two scenarios. For example, contributors being known or not known. There are two things. I believe if you merely give the bottom line, you are leaving out the alternative. So, regardless of how you calculate the bottom line.
Right. But isn't it true, Dr. Weir, that when you were criticizing the National Research Council report in your June 20th report,
Yes.
you were referring to the interpretation of the National Research Council method for mixtures that has been advocated by the defense in this hearing?
I don't think so. My criticisms are whether or not we are comparing frequencies under alternative scenarios.
All right. And yeah, Dr. Weir, could you pick up Exhibit 408, which is your report of June 21st?
Yes, I'm just flicking through pages here. Maybe you could help me to refer me to the page.
If you could direct your attention to page 10, the paragraph labeled mixed stains. And the, yeah, Your Honor, do you have a copy of this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, am I right that the third sentence of that paragraph reads, simply adding the frequencies of all possible contributors to the mixture, paren NRC 1992, ignores the essential nature of a mixture?
That's what it says, yes.
Right. And now, when you wrote this sentence, you were assuming, were you not, that the NRC approach involved simply adding the frequency of all possible contributors to a mixture, weren't you?
I think that sentence would criticize it if that was the intention. I think, though,
So, but isn't it true? So,
Yes.
I think on reflection I was being unfair to the NRC. I don't believe they would have meant a single contributor. That would have made no sense.
all right. And so the interpretation of the NRC report, which is reflected in the report of June 21st, is not the interpretation that you now would adopt. Is that what you're saying?
We're getting hung up with words here. The correct interpretation of any evidentiary stain is to compare the frequencies and their alternative scenarios. It's simple. a single stain because the chance of the frequency of the stain under one scenario is just 1, it's 100%. So in essence, the frequency is hidden from us, and then we calculate the frequency for the unknown. And we don't run into any need to examine what we're doing. We can, and we've seen the possibility of sloppy thinking because we've ignored the alternative. For the mixtures, we need to consider both alternatives.
Yeah.
However, one of those alternatives involves multiple unknown contributors, and there's only one possible way for calculating the frequency of multiple contributors, regardless of what the NRC said or meant to say, or is purported to have said. It's not a question of interpretation. Finally, it's a question of how do you calculate the frequency of multiple contributors, and there's only one way to do that.
And you're not relying on the NRC report for the basis for your methods in any case, are you?
No, correct.
And you said you were relying on an article published by our friend Ian Evett,
That's
the English
my
statistician.
excuse me. That's my published reliance, although I'm relying on my own expertise.
And when was this article by Dr. Evett and his colleagues published?
1991.
Wasn't it published in 1990?
I thought it was 91. I may be wrong.
My copy says 1990.
Oh, excuse me. Then I've misspoken.
Oh, no, I'm reading wrong. You're right. You are right. So 1991. Now, when was the National Research Council report published?
The report was published in 1992, and you've hit on the exact point. Here is a report published by respected people which ignores the literature. It's amazing to me that in this and many other instances, they have chosen to ignore the correct procedures.
Yeah.
Why they didn't cite this paper, I don't know.
Right. And so the very paper on which you were relying was simply ignored by the National Research
The
Council.
paper on which I have cited, I don't rely on that paper.
Now, this paper by Dr. Evett, the method that it describes is for characterizing mixtures in situations where we know how many contributors there are, is it not?
Yes, I think so. I believe all our calculations assume a number of contributors, yes.
Right. Now, but in this case, we cannot tell by looking at most of the mixtures how many contributors there are, can we?
I think the evidence is overwhelming that there are 2 contributors when we have 7 RFLP loci and 7 PCR loci and they have at most 4 alleles. I can't imagine any other possible interpretation.
So does this evidence tell you, can you tell just by looking at the genetic evidence, the probability that it is 2 persons who contributed versus 3?
I wouldn't attach a probability to that, no.
You could not attach a probability to it, could you?
I'm not sure about that. I could work out the probability of that event conditional on each of those 2 assumptions.
Right. But in order for you to compute the probability of getting these mixtures, assuming that there are either 2 people or 3 people, you'd have to make some assumptions about the a priori probability of there being 2 or 3 contributors, wouldn't you?
No. To give a posterior probability of the final analysis. I think the analogy is flawed, however. It ignores what we've been doing throughout the whole trial. For a single stain, we compute the frequency of single contributors because all the evidence suggests there's a single contributor. No one has ever suggested we should compute the evidence of a single stain as though there were multiple contributors. All the evidence suggests there are not multiple contributors. I find the argument somewhat vacuous.
But the answer to the question I just asked you is yes, is it not?
You need to rephrase the question.
No. The question is, in order for you to compute the probability of getting these mixtures, assuming there are either 2 or 3 people, would you have to make some assumption about the prior probability of there being 2 or 3 people?
So my answer is certainly no to that. Given, if you read it out again, you'll see that's a conditional probability you've just asked me about.
All right. Well, suppose I framed it as a posterior probability. In order to get the posterior probability of there being 2 people versus 3 people, by posterior probability we mean the ultimate issue, are there 2 or 3? We have to make some assumptions about the likelihood there are 2 or 3 there initially, before we look at the genetic evidence, don't we?
We're not making posteriors about any event in this trial. That would be quite inappropriate.
But
That single stains or mixture stains or any other issue before us, we have no priors to put in to end up with posteriors.
okay. And so when you say the evidence is overwhelmingly in favor of there being 2 contributors to a stain,
Yes, there is. There are 7 RFLP loci, each of which has at most 4 alleles. There are 7 PCR loci, well, depending on the stain, each of which has at most 4 alleles. How could it possibly be 3 contributors? It's beyond imagination.
but in order to draw conclusions about the relative likelihood, you have to make some assumptions drawing on other evidence, don't you?
The assumption I choose to do these frequencies is that there are either 2 or 3 contributors. Based on the evidence, there are 2 contributors. I have chosen to do it for 3. I could have done it for 4. I see no point.
What about stain number 29, where we're talking about the stain on the steering wheel?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell by looking at that stain whether there are 2 or 3 contributors?
I can see no evidence there which suggests 3, but you'll give me some time to look at the RFLPs. There aren't there, so we have only the PCRs, and there are 3 alleles at all those loci, at 6 loci, excuse me. 6 loci have 3 alleles. There is nothing there which would suggest 3 contributors.
Let's assume there's no RFLP results on stain number 29.
Look, well, that's what the chart says.
Right. All right, and we see 3 alleles.
Yes.
All right, and you say, but you can't determine based on those 3 alleles whether there are 2 people or 3 people there, can you?
That is a foolish question in the sense that the evidence
Will
says
you
there are
answer it,
3
please, sir?
alleles.
Wait. Counsel, he gets to answer the question.
All right.
There are 3 alleles. We know each person has 2. People may share an allele, so 2 people may have 2 alleles, but one of which share, which would end up with 3. I can't imagine why you would invoke 3 people when there are only 3 alleles. There may be 3 people. There may be 6 people. There is nothing there which would require me to assume more than 2.
All right, and so based on the genetic evidence alone, there's no basis for determining whether there's 2 or 3 or 4.
The evidence is that there are only, at most, 4, here are only 3 alleles. The polymarker had 4, I think. I'd have to look. I think only 3 alleles. So the evidence says there are 3 alleles. That means more than one person. It does not say anything about there being 3 people.
Mm-hmm. And so you can't tell whether there are 2 versus 3 based on this
I
evidence alone.
can't tell for certainty.
All right, Mr. Thompson, you have to understand, I'm not making this determination in a vacuum. I mean, I assume that we have 2 victims at the crime scene. I'm taking into consideration that there appears to be only 1 set of footprints. I mean, this is not a determination made in a vacuum. Proceed.
All right. Just 1 minute. Okay. Now, Dr. Weir, the defense in this case has taken the position that numbers need to be presented to characterize the value of evidence showing consistency between the DNA profile of an individual and a mixed stain. Do you agree that numbers are necessary to show the value of such evidence?
My opinion has changed. I think if you had asked me 2 years ago, I would have agreed. We are now at the point that the numbers are beyond belief. We have got so much genetic evidence. There are so many loci types. Some of these items have 11 RFLP loci and 7 PCR loci. There is no number that makes any sense. It is beyond the belief, beyond the experience of anyone to try and interpret. I believe we have passed beyond the point where we should run around trying to make up numbers acceptable to everybody. The evidence of a match at this many loci is compelling. So I think once we've got to the point we are presently at, 7 RFLP loci, 7 PCR loci, the numbers are not necessary.
What about for evidence like that on item 29? Would the comments you just made apply to that stain as well?
Well, my comments apply to 7 of each type. On item 29, there are many fewer loci scored. The event of a match is not so astonishing. Then it is indeed helpful to have a number.
All right. And so I believe the intention of the prosecutors initially was to present no numbers in connection with the mixed stains, but merely to present the profile frequencies of individuals who were being compared to the stain. Would you agree with me that that would be a misleading procedure for characterizing the value of stains like number 29, 305, and the other Bronco stains?
Well, that's an omnibus question. I would need to examine each item separately. It would depend on the number of loci.
How about, let's start with number 29 then. Do you think it would be misleading just to present the individual profile of individuals being compared to the stains, such as Nicole Brown Simpson, and not compute a special number that refers to the likelihood of her matching with the mixture?
It's not misleading, no. I mean, the evidence remains that there is a match between the evidence and known samples. That's not misleading to say that.
Well,
It is helpful to interpret that evidence to attach numbers under alternative scenarios.
but the question is, would it be misleading to present just Nicole Brown Simpson's individual profile frequency and not do some computation regarding the likelihood of her matching a mixture?
That's not the question you asked me. I don't know why we're computing Nicole Brown's profile frequency. Why are we doing that?
Well, let me ask you the question this way. Would it be misleading to do what the prosecutors were initially advocating in this case, which is to present no number on the mixture per se, but just to present the profile frequencies of individuals who were being compared to the mixture? Would that be misleading, sir?
Objection, Your Honor. Also some specs on that.
I don't know how to answer that. I don't understand the question. There is a mixture. You either attach a number to it or you don't. But there is the evidence of a mixture. You either attach a number or not. It's not misleading not to attach a number. It is helpful to attach a number. Calculating one of the matching knowns frequency is beside the point. It's nothing to do with the mixture. So I don't understand.
Well, let's suppose that the frequency of Nicole Brown Simpson's DNA profile on DQ alpha and the polymarker systems ranged from 1 in 2,500 to 1 in 26,000. Do you understand that assumption, that a relatively rare profile across DQ alpha and the polymarker loci?
The frequency of people who would match that profile.
Yes.
That has a range of numbers, certainly.
Right. Now, do you think it would be misleading for prosecutors to give a number like 1 in 26,000 to Nicole Brown Simpson's profile, and then to say, through testimony, that Nicole Brown Simpson's profile is consistent with stain 29 and give no further number?
That doesn't tell all the information. I agree.
So you agree that that would be misleading?
I'm not sure I'd say misleading. It doesn't. It reflects a fallacy of trying to give any of this evidence outside the appropriate framework, unless you give frequencies attached to items of evidence under alternative scenarios. You cannot make a determination which, in fact, was the most likely scenario. So any time you try and concoct these methods of presenting evidence outside the appropriate way of doing it, you will run into problems. You or anybody.
Mm-hmm. And by your calculations, the probability that two randomly chosen individuals, one Caucasian and one African American, would match with stain number 29 is 1 in 71. Isn't that right?
That's true.
Right, which is considerably higher than Nicole Brown's profile frequency, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. All right, and so it would be incorrect, wouldn't it, to use Nicole Brown's profile frequency as an index of the value of the fact that she was consistent with that stain, wouldn't it?
If you state it like that, that sounds incorrect to me, yes.
All right. Okay. Now, so it sounds like the real issue here is over methods for doing these mixture calculations, isn't that? And we basically agree a number is needed to characterize a mixture, and our disagreement is how to compute that.
We haven't agreed that a number is needed.
Okay. All right. Would you agree, Dr. Weir, that in order to do the kind of calculations that you're doing on the exhibit currently on the ELMO, which I believe is number 410,
409.
Oh, 409.
409.
Yeah, in order to do the calculations on chart 409, you need to make certain assumptions.
Yes.
And one assumption you need to make is with regard to the number of contributors to the stain.
Yes.
Now, does that assumption with regard to number of contributors, does that assumption have to be made to do the calculations in the manner reflected on chart 410, which is the defense's approach to the calculation?
It doesn't, but that is not a relevant fact. We have no choice. It's not a question of taste or opinion. If we want to estimate the frequency of the contributors to a mixture, we must take account of the number of contributors. I'm not sure how I can say that any more simply. It is not rocket science here.
Now, another assumption that your approach makes is that all alleles of all contributors can be detected. Is that
That's
correct?
true. I've had to assume that. I am not an expert in molecular biology. I take what the forensic scientist reports.
Does that assumption need to be made to do the calculations according to the NRC method as interpreted by the defense chart?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can't start doing anything unless you have a starting point, which is the alleles found. Now, I will continue because there are cases where we know there were 2 contributors, but we see less than 4 alleles that are local. It shows up more clearly in the RFLP situation, where some of the alleles appear either to be hidden or to be not seen.
Well, let me direct your attention again to chart number, getting confused, is this 409?
This is 410.
410. The defense chart, 410. Now, based on the calculations done on this chart, Dr. Weir, would it be correct to say, among Caucasians, the percentage of people who have genotypes consistent with alleles observed in stain 29 is approximately 45%?
That is a completely misleading statement, and I don't even believe it's true. Consistent means you can account for the stain with the people listed. You cannot account for the stain by adding up those single contributors. The first item does not account for alleles 1.2 and 4. That statement you made, and I listened very carefully, I think comes very close to being dishonest.
Is it incorrect scientifically, Doctor?
It is incorrect scientifically because it is not. I take consistent to mean explaining the data.
All right, let's instead ask the question this way. Would it be correct to say that among Caucasians, the percentage of people who have genotypes that would be included in the stain observed in stain 29, or included in the alleles observed in stain 29 is approximately, let me start again. Based on this chart, number 410, would it be correct to say that among Caucasians, the percentage of people who have genotypes that would be included in the set of alleles observed in stain 29 is approximately 45%.
That statement is correct, but it's misleading in the sense it gives us no basis for interpreting the evidentiary value of this mixed stain. It is a correct statement, but I don't think it has any relevance.
So it's scientifically correct, but it's misleading. Is that your position?
Absolutely.
Now, when you say misleading, what you mean, I take it, is that you think it might give the jurors the wrong idea about how to think about this evidence?
I mean, it's misleading in that it gives us no basis for interpreting the evidence of matching between known contributors and a mixed stain. It gives us just no foundation for drawing any conclusions numerically.
Well, suppose that I, upon learning that Nicole Brown Simpson's genotypes are consistent with those found in stain number 29, was curious to know what percentage of people in the population have genotypes consistent with those in stain 29. Isn't 45% the number that I need to know?
You might want to know that, but that's not a question that we would need to be addressing here. It's not relevant. I mean, that's an interesting question, I suppose, but why would you even ask it? The evidence is that there are two known contributors. They match the mixed stain. How often does that happen? Coincidentally.
All right, so your argument...
If you want to talk about Nicole Simpson, you need to consider the scenario of Nicole Simpson versus another unknown versus two unknowns.
Okay, so if I understand your argument correctly, you are arguing that the way the jury should think about the problem, or the way anyone else should think about the problem, is in terms of the likelihood of getting a pair of individuals that would match rather than just a single individual who would match. Is that your position?
I've been saying that for the last 2 hours.
All right. But, Doctor, isn't that just an argument you're making?
Excuse me, I resent that completely. That is not just an argument. That is the only conceivable way of attaching a frequency to the match of two known contributors in a mixed stain. How could you possibly do anything else? And to characterize it as just an argument, I think, is unfortunate.
Doctor, you keep using this phrase known contributors, as in two known contributors.
Yes, I'm talking about the people not excluded, the people whose profiles we know.
All right, but we don't know who the contributors are of any stains in this case based on the genetic evidence
the
alone,
known
do we?
samples, yes.
All right, so those are assumptions. All right.
Well, that's what we have to do, what the jury eventually will have to decide. Are these two known people the contributors, or are two other people? So we are comparing those two known people with two unknown people. So that's not an assumption. That's what the trial is about, to make decisions on the origins of these stains.
All right. To answer questions about the number of people in the population or in some population that would have genotypes that would be included in a mixture, such as number 29, is it necessary to make assumptions about whether all alleles of all contributors to the mixture have been observed?
Thought we asked that.
All right.
You have asked, I have answered, and on the RFLPs we don't. My calculations show that we allow for unseen bands.
Well, what about, let me restate the question, and I believe it's a different question this time, Your Honor. If the question that I want to have answered is what percentage of the population would have genotypes consistent with the observed alleles, isn't it true that I don't have to make any assumptions at all about whether all alleles of all contributors have been observed?
I think I understand the question. The answer is yes, and that's what I've done. My calculations assume these are the only alleles in the mixed stain.
All right. So
for the PCR.
But to do it the way reflected on the defense chart, where you're simply summing and asking the question, what percentage of the population has genotypes consistent with the observed alleles, we need make no assumption about whether all alleles have been observed. Isn't that correct?
You don't need to make any assumptions, but then you don't end up with a meaningful answer.
Right, whereas under your approach, assumptions do need to be made about whether or not all alleles of all contributors have been observed.
That is correct for the mixture and the single stains. It's at the foundation of the whole forensic uses of DNA. We have alleles seen, we calculate frequencies for them. If one was to object to that assumption, one may as well hang up their hat and go home, because none of this would be possible. Of course, we assume the number of contributors is consistent with the evidence.
Okay.
Either one or two or however many.
And so there are two assumptions that are being made under your approach, which need not be made
I object to you characterizing it as my approach.
under the approach that you have presented in your report.
Thank you.
There are two assumptions being made there that need not be made to use the kind of numbers that are presented in the defense chart. One being the number of contributors and the other being the connection between the observed alleles and the contributors' alleles.
For both mixed and single stains, yes.
Yes, okay. Now, Doctor, your expertise is in drawing statistical inferences from genetic data.
Yes.
Is that correct? And one of the issues that statisticians like yourself are most concerned with is what is and isn't a logical inference from a scientific finding.
Yes.
And I often hear statisticians use the term permissible, as in this is a
Excuse me,
permissible.
I didn't hear the word.
Permissible.
Oh, excuse me.
As in this is a permissible inference or this is not a permissible inference. Is that a common expression in your field?
It's not one I've heard before.
Okay. Well, what expression would you use to talk about an inference which is illogical and inappropriate?
I call it wrong, I suppose.
Wrong. Okay. And I gather when statisticians say an inference is wrong, it means it's illogical or fails to follow from the premises.
I imagine they would, yes.
Okay. And the question about which inferences are correct and incorrect, wrong or right, when interpreting scientific data is one of the major questions that statisticians concern themselves with.
I don't see statistics as being concerned with giving right or wrong answers. Statistics is concerned with teasing out the information in sets of data. Our results are often phrased in terms of estimates or results of hypothesis testing. Statistics is not a black and white, right or wrong, yes or no kind of a science. It's a science of interpreting data. So I'm having trouble with understanding your characterization of statistics.
But part of what statisticians do is determine what is and what is not a reasonable statistical inference from data. Isn't that correct?
Counsel, the issue is, which of these two methodologies am I going to adopt for use in front of this jury? Which makes sense, both in terms of the science that produces these results and the math that's applied to it.
Yeah.
So,
These questions are foundational to my next line.
well,
I'll proceed quickly. Dr. Weir, when drawing conclusions from a scientific test, should an expert witness in a criminal case rely only on the scientific data, or is it permissible for the expert to take into account other evidence in the case?
This is such a general question, I don't understand it. I'll say yes, but I'm not fully understanding what you mean.
Well, suppose, for example, that an expert sees a scientific test result. Now, yeah, have you heard the term bootstrapping used in the scientific arena as opposed to the legal arena?
overruled.
The word bootstrapping is in my report.
Right. Now, I know your report refers to a statistical procedure known as bootstrapping. Have you heard an additional meaning of that term bootstrapping in scientific circles?
No.
Meaning to draw conclusions on
Counsel,
one
this
test.
is not real helpful to me.
I-
It's really not. It's a
Okay.
complete waste of my time so far,
Wow.
this whole discussion about bootstrapping.
All right. I think I could tie it in, Your Honor, if you'll give me some leeway, but,
No,
all right.
proceed.
Okay. Now, Dr. Weir, in order to compute the mixture statistics using your method,
And it's not my method.
well, using the method that you're advocating, you need to make assumptions. And would you agree with me that the numbers that are produced by your method vary depending on the assumptions that you make?
You will have to be specific. I don't know what you mean.
For example, the numbers that you produce would vary depending on whether you assume there were 2 contributors or 3 contributors.
My report shows 2 tables with different numbers under those 2 conditions.
So-
I also have tables for single stains where I've assumed a single contributor. I have answered that several times.
And so the answer is yes.
Yes.
All right. And the numbers that you compute would also vary depending on whether you assume that all alleles of all contributors are being observed in the stain.
The answers of all the analyses on this trial depend on that assumption.
Okay. And so under some assumptions, you get numbers that are much bigger and more impressive than under other assumptions, don't you?
I don't understand the question. You'll need to be specific.
And have you noticed, Dr. Weir, that when you compute numbers under assumptions that are consistent with the prosecution's theory of the case, that you get numbers that are larger and more supportive of the prosecution's case?
Objection, argumentative, also irrelevant.
Sustain.
Is it the case, Dr. Weir, that if you compute numbers under assumptions consistent with the prosecution's theory of the case, that the numbers that are produced by the method you're advocating are more supportive of the prosecution's theory of the case?
And objection.
Sustain. Any benefit to you? I understand the 2 assumptions that underlie Dr. Weir's testimony and the calculations that he makes, and the fact that you'll get different results depending on what the assumptions are. I understand that. I understood that an hour ago.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you a few questions, Dr. Weir, about what your report says concerning item number 78. And I think if you look in your report at page 25,
Thank you.
Refresh my recollection. Which one was 78?
item 78 was a stain, I believe, on Ronald Goldman's boot.
On the bottom of the sole of the boot?
Yeah, and I believe it contained a number of alleles that were consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson on RFLP tests, along with a few that were consistent with Ronald Goldman. Is that a correct characterization, sir?
Excuse me, did you ask a question?
Yeah. No, I was asking you if it's correct to say that item 78, the stain on Mr. Goldman's boot, contains a number of alleles consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson, together with a few that are consistent with Ronald Goldman.
Yes, if we use the word match, I think be a better word.
Okay. Mr. Goldman also has a few alleles that are not observed in item 78. Is that correct?
Yes, there is an MS43 allele not in the mixture, and 2 YNH24 alleles in Goldman's profile not in the mixture.
Now, I see in your report on page 7 that you say Ronald Goldman is not excluded from that stain.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. All right. But Ronald Goldman does have some alleles that are not in the stain, doesn't he?
Well, now you're getting into an item which is beyond my expertise, and I believe we've had testimony from Cellmark as to the reason they call the matches and non-matches and exclusions. My analysis must start with the forensic scientist determination, and they said there was a failure to exclude based on the molecular biology and the description of the staining patterns, which is beyond my expertise to interpret. I will accept their interpretation. I can't do anything unless I have a starting point. The starting point is the determination made by the forensic scientist. Given that starting point, my analysis follows. So whether or not alleles match or not, are found or not, that is where I start.
Okay. Well, let's start with your chart on page 25. Would you agree with me that your chart shows Ronald Goldman having some alleles that are not observed in item 78?
That's true.
So would you agree that Cellmark must have assumed that some alleles of some contributors at some loci to item 78 were not observed?
I think I've already said that. My starting point is the determination of non-exclusion. All these other things will follow from that.
Okay, so this is one of those cases where assumptions about whether all alleles have been observed comes into play. Would you agree?
I've said that several times repeatedly, and I'm going to say it again. Maybe we could stop the question. I'm going to take the determination by Cellmark that there were two contributors. Neither Brown nor Goldman are excluded, and then my calculations will proceed from that point. All these other things are details of that statement.
Now, did you make, when you were doing computations for item 78, did you make the same assumptions with regard to alleles showing up in making your statistical computations that Cellmark made when determining the match?
I don't know how else I can say it. I'm sorry. That was the same question as before. Cellmark has determined a match. They have not excluded two people. I start from that and proceed. I don't know how else I'm going to say it.
All right. And so does that mean then that on those loci where Mr. Goldman's alleles do not show up in the mixtures, you assume there were missing alleles?
That and every other detail. I don't know how else I can say it.
And on those loci where Mr. Goldman's alleles, or those alleles matching Mr. Goldman were found, you assumed there were no missing alleles, didn't you?
My assumptions are that Cellmark has declared a match with these two stains, not excluded people. The bands showing in Goldman, I'm going to use in my analysis whether or not they show in the mixture, because it's not been excluded from the mixture.
So whether or not you assumed there were missing alleles at a particular locus...
I haven't assumed anything. I'm taking the analysis presented to me from Cellmark.
Well...
The analysis is that there is a mixture consistent with these contributors. Goldman's bands are not present in the mix, showing in the mixture YNH24. That is not my assumption. That is what Cellmark told me their determination was. My analysis reflects that determination. I assume nothing.
So, for example, on locus G3, you're proceeding, or your analysis proceeds from the premise that there are unseen alleles in the mixture, that not all alleles of all contributors are seen in the mixture, aren't you?
I'm still going to say yes, it's the same question.
But you are not making that assumption when analyzing locus MS1, are you?
Objection asked and answered.
Oh, well,
There is no need to. Under the scenario of known contributors, we have all the bands accounted for. Under the scenario of unknown contributors, we need to work with the four unknowns. You need to look at this entire package. The package is consistent with there being two contributors. I have therefore conducted an analysis on the basis of there being two unknown contributors,
Right.
which would result in those four alleles at MS1.
And so you made the assumption of unseen alleles where that was necessary, and you didn't make it where it was unnecessary. Is
I
that right?
haven't assumed unseen alleles. I say there are seen, there are alleles I've seen. I'm going to assume there were two contributors. I'm going to compute from two contributors.
Whether your calculations proceeded on the basis that there were missing alleles or not at a particular locus depended entirely on whether that assumption was necessary to make Mr. Goldman match. Isn't that true?
I don't believe so. My calculations are for two unknown contributors.
What is your
My calculations have nothing to do with the matching. That's the top line of the likelihood ratio. I'm doing two unknown contributors. Two unknown contributors. How do two unknown contributors give those two alleles?
What is your independent scientific basis for assuming that there were missing alleles at YNH24, for example, but not at MS1?
I have no outside evidence other than what Selmark told me. All of my analyses are based on what the forensic scientists have told me. If they tell me this, then I will proceed accordingly. It is beyond my expertise to do otherwise.
And had they made the opposite assumption, for example, assuming there were missing alleles at MS1 but not at YNH24, Mr. Goldman would have been excluded, wouldn't he?
Objection relevant to this hearing.
Sustain.
Dr. Weir, isn't your logic in drawing conclusions from item 78 circular in that you are basing your conclusions on premises that are consistent with the prosecution's theory of the case?
Sustain.
Not,
Now, Dr. Weir, in your report, you mention hypotheses that can be tested by the data, and you label them C and C prime. Is it called C prime when you put a
C bar, the word means C is an abbreviation for contacts.
contact?
Contacts between the known person and the location of the evidentiary stain. We can say hypothesis or scenario. I'm not sure what the best word is. I think I'd use them interchangeably.
Okay, and so your report suggests the two hypotheses that are to be distinguished by the genetic data are contact and no contact.
I think that's the best term, yes.
All right. What does the term no contact mean?
How else can I say it? Not having had contact.
Okay, and so, for example, with regard to stain 29, if we were interested in whether Nicole Brown Simpson's blood was in that stain on the Bronco steering wheel, a no contact would mean none of her blood had gotten into the Bronco. Is that what it, and on into that stain? Is that what that would mean?
I'm not sure. We need to be careful. The contact there would be between Nicole Brown Simpson and the steering wheel. Somehow, under that scenario, her blood went from her body to the steering wheel. That's contact. It might not have been with her physical self, but some means of contacting her blood with, it's contact of her blood with the steering wheel, whatever the agent was for making that contact.
And are you planning to testify that your frequencies represent the probability of this evidence under the assumption of no contact?
All the numbers on this chart are frequencies, and the frequency and probability I use interchangeably. All these numbers we've held in the entire case are the probabilities of the evidence under the situation of no contact. In other words, a random person, someone other than the stated person having contributed that.
Are you assuming, Dr. Weir, that a coincidental match is the only way in which the evidence we've observed can arise under the hypothesis of no contact?
I've not said that here or anywhere else, no.
So you're assuming there are other ways that this evidence could arise that are not reflected in your numbers?
I'm not assuming anything. I have made some calculations accounting for the evidentiary stains from unknown people. I'm saying nothing else.
Well, you think these frequencies are basically likelihood ratios, don't you?
A frequency is the frequency of the evidence given, known or unknowns. If we start taking ratios of frequencies, I'm sorry if you don't like the term, but that ratio of frequencies is a likelihood ratio.
All right, and when you testify that there's, when you testify that there's a 1 in 71 chance of observing the pair of contributors, a pair of contributors, well, there's a 1 in 71 chance that a pair of contributors at random could have left the stain on item 29. Is that what you mean?
That is the prosecutor's fallacy, Mr. Thompson. I am surprised at you.
Forgive me. See, it's very easy to fall into it. Even the person who...
I don't believe it's easy for you to fall into that trap at all. And I'm certainly not going to fall into it by you leading me into it.
I was actually leading you into another trap, sir, but let me proceed. Well, you expressed the term, you used the frequency 1 in 71 in connection with a stain on the steering wheel of the Bronco. Could you explain, just to review, what exactly that 1 in 71 means?
That is the frequency or probability, and I'll use them interchangeably. That's the probability of seeing that mixed profile from 2 unknown contributors of specified ethnic origin.
Okay, and when you compute the probability of seeing that profile under the assumption of no contact, you're assuming that the only way we would see that profile under the assumption of no contact was a coincidental match, aren't you?
I don't think that's correct. I've calculated the frequency with which of getting this profile from 2 unknown contributors. That actually doesn't say anything about contact or not. It's the contact refers, of course, to the known people, the people not excluded. You'd better restate your question, I think. So I forget it.
Well, I guess the trouble I'm having is with the two hypotheses of contact, no contact. And your assertion is that the statistics that you're presenting give us the conditional probability of this evidence under no contact.
No contact of the not excluded people, yes.
Right,
Sure.
okay. But we could get the observed evidence in a number of ways other than simply the ways taken into account in your frequency calculations, couldn't we?
You will have to explain what alternatives you mean.
Suppose there was tampering with the evidence, for example.
Objection irrelevant.
Oral.
I'm very, very careful at the first page of my report to say my entire analysis is concerned with the genetic statistics. It assumes matches when declared to be true. It assumes profiles when declared to be accurate. It would be wrong of me to make statements outside that context.
But if you're not taking into account anything other than coincidental match frequencies, isn't it also wrong to tell the jury that those frequencies characterize the probability of this evidence under the assumption of no contact?
I don't believe so, no. Not in the way, if we are careful, I have been careful in my writing, and if we are careful orally, I don't think there'll be any confusion.
A few more questions. You mentioned in direct examination that you work as a consultant for Cellmark Diagnostics.
No, I said my university has a contract with Cellmark.
Okay, can you describe the nature of that contract?
What do you mean?
How much money does it involve?
$8,000 a year.
$8,000. And the money is granted to the university?
The money is paid to the university.
Is it put in a fund that's at your disposal?
I wish.
Who gets the money?
The money goes to the Dean of Agriculture.
Okay. Do you benefit personally from that in any way?
No.
You also said you are a consultant with a number of other forensic laboratories doing analysis of their databases.
No, I didn't say that. If I did, I misspoke. We have similar contractual arrangements with other companies.
Okay. Now, in all cases where you act as a consultant for these forensic labs, does the money flow to the university or does it flow to you?
And then these contracts, the university gets the money, yes.
Okay. Do you earn any income personally from consulting with forensic laboratories?
I have, yes, on occasion.
Okay. Now, which laboratories have you been paid directly by?
Been received money from?
Yes.
Several state agencies, not my own state, South Carolina, Minnesota. I'm hoping to get some money from Illinois, though it hasn't come yet. Broward County, Florida.
Have you received money directly from Cellmark under any other circumstances?
No, I have visited Cellmark. I think they picked up the fare.
Okay. What about genetic design?
Genetic design, we have a contractual arrangement. I think I've received a little money from them some years ago. But I'm not sure. Some of that was they were acting as a conduit from a third party. There may have been a little money from them a couple of years ago.
Have you received any money from the FBI?
No.
Okay. Now, I see in your grant that you received a grant from the Department of Justice or the...
The university received a grant this year from NIJ, yes.
Okay. And what's the amount of that grant?
$25,000.
And do you receive any personal compensation from that grant?
I think you know, Dr. Thompson, that would be quite illegal.
For example, does it pick up summer salary?
No, I have a 12-month salary. I receive nothing directly or indirectly from that grant.
Okay. Does it cover postdoc expenses or give you discretionary funds for your lab?
It is intended, as you can see from the application, to compensate a person working for me on these issues.
Okay. Was the FBI involved in helping you obtain that grant?
I wouldn't think so.
All right. What do you want? When you applied for this grant from the Department of Justice, were you given any promises of access to data from the FBI that other scientists would not have?
That's a two-part question. I was promised access to the FBI data. I know nothing about other people.
Okay. And you're being compensated for your time on this case?
No, I'm not. In fact, I think I'm losing money.
Okay.
The county is not paying enough for my meals each time.
All right. So with regard to the work you did in preparing these
With regard
reports.
from the beginning to the end, there will be not $1 comes to me.
Okay.
As I said, it's going the other way.
I didn't hear
The money
you.
is flowing the other direction.
Flowing the other direction. I think that's very public spirited of you, sir. One moment. Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you, Dr. Webb.
I'd like to mark an article is all,
All right,
the one that the witness referred to.
all right.
Dr. Weir, and perhaps this could be marked People's Exhibit 411.
And which article is this, Mr. Clark?
Dr. Weir, showing you what appears to be a publication entitled A Guide to Interpreting Single Locus Profiles of DNA Mixtures in Forensic Cases.
Should I read it?
Would you?
This is a paper entitled A Guide to Interpreting Single Locus Profiles of DNA Mixtures in Forensic Cases. The first author's name is Evett, E-V-E-T-T.
Is that the article that you referred to earlier in your testimony as part of the published literature describing the calculation of frequencies for mixed stains?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move that exhibit into evidence at this point for this hearing.
Mr. Thompson? All right, it'll be received.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
No one, take them with you. All right, Mr. Clark, anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thompson?
Dr. Shields, as a
All right, Dr. Shields,
proceed now.
please. Have the jury coming in at 1:30, so let's go. Do you need to change court reporters? Change paper? Proceed.
Dr. Shields would like a 5-minute break. Good.
Okay, 5 minutes.
You've, based on your experience in teaching statistics and genetics to students, would it be easy to explain what's wrong with Dr. Weir's assumptions?
You use the word wrong, and
Well, let me withdraw the question and rephrase it. Would it be easy to explain the nature of the assumptions that Dr. Weir is making?
in some senses, yes, in other senses, no.
Okay. Oh, could you explain a little more?
I think it shows up more in what happens in the results of Dr. Weir's assumptions and analysis, where you end up with a set of what he calls frequencies, but I think they are probabilities, associated with different explicit pairs of individuals of different ethnic backgrounds associated with different databases and therefore different frequencies. So that you end up with, instead of a number that gives someone a flavor for how likely it is that anybody might contribute to this mixed stain, which is a single number, you have a set of numbers that can range from 1 in 7 to 1 in 17,000. And how one interprets that, I think it's open to individuals to look and say, okay, the 1 in 7 is the biggest number, so that makes that the likeliest trio. And that trio may have very little relationship to anything that's going on in the case, or in any case. It's precise, but I think it can mislead.
Okay. Now, let me direct your attention to the chart that's sitting just to your left. It's the prosecution's chart labeled Results of DNA Analysis Bronco Automobile. Have you seen that chart before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, in the column on the far right, that column is headed with the term frequency. And in some of the boxes below there are certain numbers. Now, do all the numbers that are presented in that chart so far, well, first of all, do you understand what those numbers are and what they mean?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would it be correct to characterize all the numbers that are on the chart at this point as frequencies?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, if we put onto that chart numbers derived from Dr. Weir's computations, would those numbers be comparable as far as their meaning to the numbers that are already on there?
No.
And how would they differ?
The difference stems from the column to the left of the frequency column. Column to the left says not excluded, and therefore it's the frequency of individuals who are not excluded. And if it's the frequency of individuals who are not excluded, the NRC's methodology is what gives you that proportion,
Okay.
that frequency. Dr. Weir's method gives you the frequency of pairs of individuals that would not be excluded.
Or or just pairs or other
Well,
combinations?
he has also done threes,
Okay.
but it doesn't do the frequency of individuals who would not be excluded. And that's what all of the other ones are.
Okay, so are you saying that if we wanted the mixture numbers to be comparable in their meaning to the numbers that are already on there, we should present numbers done the NRC way?
In my opinion, yes.
Do you think that it would be easy for people to understand the difference between the NRC numbers and Dr. Weir's numbers?
Actually calls for speculation.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Shields.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Shields, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to touch on a couple of the topics that you just discussed while they're fresh in our minds. As far as coincidental identity and laboratory error, it's your belief that those should be incorporated into one figure?
No, it's not.
So in fact, is it your testimony that those should be dealt with separately?
Yes, in my opinion.
Now, with regard to this particular hearing, is it your understanding that what the court is making a decision about is whether or not likelihood ratios should be admitted?
No, well, initially, yes, but I don't think that is anymore.
What's your understanding of the issue before this court in terms of what the court has to decide?
It's been my understanding, both from watching the proceedings and from discussions with attorneys, that the decision has to do with whether the National Research Council's method of providing a number for mixtures is useful.
Okay, so it's your understanding that what the court has to decide in this hearing is whether or not the NRC's recommendation is useful?
Yes.
If the court's decision was something different from that, would that impact any of your answers to any of the questions by Mr. Thompson?
Object as to date.
Sustain. As far as likelihood ratios, and you discussed likelihood ratios in the course of your testimony, is it your understanding that a likelihood ratio is the same as the frequencies that Dr. Weir described on one of the exhibits with the mixture from the steering wheel, item number 29?
Yes.
Now, I'd like, if I could, Dr. Shields, first of all, are you a statistician?
I do statistics. I would not count myself as a statistician.
Would you consider, first of all, are you familiar with Dr. Weir?
Yes, I am.
Is Dr. Weir an individual who is well known in the area of statistics and population frequency data?
Yes, he is.
Would it be fair to say he's very well known,
Yes,
very well respected?
absolutely.
Your particular area, that is of your PhD, is zoology, is that correct?
Now, my PhD was on the evolution of sex in all organisms, and that's population genetics. I was in a zoology department, but it was an evolutionary biology, and in particular, a population genetic dissertation.
Is it correct, and you have a number of publications, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it correct that those, or at least the clear majority of those publications, are directed towards animals?
No, I wouldn't say a clear majority. I would say it's about half and half.
And what would the other half be directed towards?
Population genetic and evolutionary theory, and how they have interactions with each other.
Are you a member of any genetics societies?
Yeah, I'm a member for the Society of Study of Evolution and the American Society of Naturalists, both of which have large memberships in the areas of genetics.
Are you a member of any statistical societies?
No, I am not.
As far as your publications, and just briefly, was one of your publications, What Causes Rape, a dissenting view?
Yes, it was.
And was another, Forcible Rape, an evolutionary perspective?
Yes, it is.
And another, The Evolution of Sex, an examination of current ideas?
Yes.
Do you have any peer-reviewed articles or publications on statistics and human DNA?
Depends on how you define human DNA. The answer is yes. I have a paper in the Behavioral and Brain Sciences that looks at how genetics, which is how genes, which is DNA, influence human behavior. Parts of my book deal with the distribution of variation in human populations. And in that From that perspective, the book is also peer-reviewed.
What about in terms of human DNA as it's used in forensic science?
I only have one non-peer-reviewed paper.
And you stated your familiarity with Dr. Weir?
Yes.
In your opinion, are you as qualified as Dr. Weir to offer an opinion about the calculation of frequencies with mixed forensic DNA typing stains?
Yes.
Do you have a rating system of people involved in the area of DNA and population frequencies?
Not in that area, but in the area of population genetics.
Okay. What's that rating system?
I,
Objection is irrelevant.
I wouldn't call it a rating system. In a prior case, during a deposition, I tongue-in-cheek described how I felt people's reputations were in the areas of population genetics. And I used the words God, demigod, and hemigod.
God, demigod, and hemigod?
Yes,
And that was to describe population geneticists?
yes. They were asking me about the relative reputations of different population geneticists.
In Dr. Weir's report in this case, and I believe you said you read that, is that right?
That's correct.
He cites an individual named Dr. Crow, is that right?
Yes.
How would you rate Dr. Crow?
He's at that top level.
And the top level again is what?
Again, it's tongue-in-cheek, but I use the word gods.
How do you rate yourself?
Hemigods,
How about Dr. Weir?
demigods.
So he is, in your view, ranked higher than yourself.
In terms of population genetics, yes, but this is not an issue simply of population genetics. It's an issue of logical inference as well, and I think he's wrong, and I think I'm right.
You're pretty confident about that.
Yes,
Have you read Dr. Weir's publications in the area of forensic DNA typing and population frequencies?
yes,
Do you respect them?
yes,
In terms of this case, have you examined the databases that were used in this case?
yes.
When were you first contacted by the defense in this case?
July of '94.
And have you been working on this case since then?
Depends on how you define working on, but yes, I've interacted with members of the defense team since then.
Can you give us a ballpark estimate of the number of hours you put into this case?
Ballpark estimate. Over 200 hours, certainly less than 300,
And are you charging for that time?
not by the hour.
Well, do you expect to have you received any money from the defense for this case?
Yes, a flat fee,
Can you tell us how much that is?
$5,000.
Do you anticipate receiving any more money from the defense?
Yes, one more $5,000 flat fee.
You've described seeing, for instance, this chart that's on the easel at the moment that shows the results of the Bronco automobile, and you said you had seen that previously. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you seen all the results charts in this case?
I couldn't possibly be sure of that. A lot of them that I've seen previously have actually been seen from watching on television.
Okay. Were you provided reports of the testing laboratories in this case?
Yes, I have.
Were you provided raw data from those testing laboratories in terms of bench notes, photographs, etc.?
I was provided with raw data on the statistical aspects of this case. I've not looked at autorads and I've not looked at strips.
So you've basically directed your attention towards frequency data as opposed to the science involved in producing exclusions or inclusions.
In this case, yes.
Your Honor, if I could, I'd like to use Exhibit 410 again. I believe that's currently on the normal, if I may. And Dr. Shields, if you could, if that monitor is convenient, please use that.
Sure.
In terms of this chart, and you've testified in answer to questions by Mr. Thompson, that you believe that this is an appropriate method of describing frequencies in a mixture such as this mixture?
As long as it's presented correctly, yes.
In your opinion, are the numbers, and we'll just look at the three numbers that are at the bottom of the three major racial groups listed there, they're approximately 50%. Is that fair?
Yes,
Between 45 and 49, well, I'm sorry,
59.
45 and 59% or so?
yes.
Okay. I'd like you to assume that in that stain, and are you familiar with the actual alleles that were detected in that stain?
Yes.
Those alleles are what?
1, 1, 1, 2, and 4.
I'd like you to assume that that was donated, that is, those results from a single contributor. What would the frequency be of that happening?
3 alleles from a single contributor?
Correct.
It's actually possible, but we couldn't do a statistic on it.
Would it be fair to say it would be 0 or nearly 0?
It'd be fair to say it's nearly 0, never 0.
I'd like you to assume that there's 2 contributors to this particular result. Is it your opinion that approximately 50% of the time, from 2 unknown people, those results would be obtained?
No, if you assume that there are 2 contributors, then I believe that Dr. Weir's method will give you the appropriate result.
And in fact, if there were 2 contributors, Dr. Weir's method is in fact an accurate method to describe the approximate frequency of those results.
If one can assume that there are 2.
That's what I'm asking you to do.
Yes.
In other words, based on that assumption, Dr. Weir is absolutely correct.
Yes. Depends on what you mean by based on that assumption, but yes.
The assumption that there are 2 contributors to the stain.
If you know there are 2, yes.
As a corollary or connected with that, if you assume that there were 3 contributors to that stain, isn't it true that his method of calculating an approximate frequency, as he described to this court earlier, with 3 assumed contributors is absolutely correct?
Yes, and what's interesting is the comparison between the table that you produced for this, which is the other one, that shows an assumption of 2 when the theory is that there may be 3. It shows why just assuming 2, as if you somehow know that from a mixture, is wrong. Because 3 alleles let you assume that there are 2 individuals. But in fact, the 29 stain, some people have suggested that it includes 3 individuals.
Okay. And would it be a fair, under the assumption that there are 3, would it be a fair approach, making that assumption, to use the calculation method by Dr. Weir for 3 people to describe that situation?
If you use that assumption, yes, but it's a fair assumption to make no assumption.
Okay. You talked a little bit about juries, the trier of fact in a case, during your examination. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Excuse me just a second. We having dueling cameras back there? Proceed.
Thank you. If a jury were satisfied that there were 2 and only 2 contributors to a stain, would the model proposed by Dr. Weir in fact describe that situation?
Yes.
And the same would be true as far as your testimony if the jury found that there were 3 contributors to a stain using his model for 3 contributors.
If they concluded that, yes.
Now, Dr. Weir described, and I use the term his model, are you familiar with the article that he described earlier today by Dr. Evatt and David Stoney?
Yes.
Have you read that article?
I've read it a while back. I've not read it recently, and I spent some time at the California Association of Criminalists meeting with David Stoney discussing these issues.
That's a peer-reviewed scientific publication, isn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, that publication describes the methods used by Dr. Weir in this case.
Yes.
Are you aware of any scientific, that is peer-reviewed scientific publication criticizing that method?
Yes.
Tell us what that is, please.
One is the National Research Council.
Is that a peer-reviewed publication in the scientific literature?
Yes.
Go ahead. Were you going to name others?
Yes. There's a series of articles and commentaries that go from, that are based on a discussion of an article by Catherine Roeder, or Rader. I'm not sure how she pronounces her last name, but it's R-O-E-D-E-R. And she published a paper exploring many of the issues, some of which included the problems associated with likelihood ratios, which means the problems associated with taking a frequency, adding assumptions, and turning it into a probability, which is what Dr. Weir's done, in my opinion.
Okay. Now, are you...
And now some of the commentaries are critical of doing that.
Okay. Are you discussing now likelihood ratios?
Yes, and in fact, it is a likelihood ratio the way it's done by Dr. Weir.
Do you recall when Dr. Weir was using, and one of the examples he used was And this involved a series of databases. In other words, assuming one person was Caucasian and another one was Hispanic, for instance, or Caucasian, African American, and so forth. Do you recall him coming up with a frequency under one of those database, or two of those databases, rather?
Okay, it's actually not a likelihood ratio. What it is it's a conditional probability. It's not a frequency. They are conditional probabilities.
Well,
they are probabilities conditioned on a set of assumptions. For example, ethnic group, number of contributors, and so forth and so on.
Okay, so
But that's the same thing. I'm sorry. The same thing happens in the context of the descriptions of what's good and bad about doing likelihood ratios also applies to discussions of conditional probabilities.
So to you, selecting a database is a conditional probability? Is that right?
Sure. If you, for example, the one that you have in your in the other exhibit, the number that comes out of that, which I believe was 1 in 71, is the conditional probability of those two genotypes given those two databases. The given makes it a conditional probability.
Okay. So when, for instance, numbers which have already been reported on the board, let's use the Bronco automobile board to your left there.
Okay.
And let's take the example of the center console, item number 30. Found to be, that is not to be excluded, was Mr. Simpson. And there are frequencies written in there of from 1 in 520 to 1 in 1400. You see that?
Yes.
And did you hear the testimony about that item, for instance, when this portion of the chart was filled in?
I might have.
Did you see any of those reported frequencies, or have you read any transcripts of how that came about? That is, that those frequencies were testified to.
Yes.
Do you recall that, in fact, those frequencies were presented because of the differences in frequencies for particular databases?
Yes.
In other words, 1 in 520 on that example might be from African Americans, Caucasians, or Hispanics, correct?
That's correct.
And I simply don't recall which in particular produced one result. Is it your view then that that constitutes a conditional probability, the answer that is the frequency to item 30?
Yeah, the 1 in 520, you can turn it into a conditional probability, but it's also a frequency. And as a frequency, you don't have to assume that. You can say that the frequency is 1 in 520 in that database.
Okay.
That's not a probability.
Then when Dr. Weir uses the number of 1 out of 71, he's making the same types of assumptions about databases, correct?
Yes.
What he's adding to it is an assumption that there is, for instance, in his first assumption, that there are 2 contributors.
Yes.
So is that then the only thing that's been added on in terms of these conditional probabilities to what's already been reported in court?
It would depend on which one you're looking at, but you can assume that there's 2 and exactly 2. Then you do it for different ethnic groups and different combinations of ethnic groups. That adds another layer, for example, that you have to do all of the pairwise comparisons among ethnic groups. And if you add the possibility of doing 3, you could then say that you should do the probability of 2 or 3 if you think either of those are reasonable. And what I would say is that if you're going to do the probability that it's 2 or exactly 2, or 3, exactly 3, or 4, or exactly 4, you can also do it the way that the NRC recommends, which is just to say we're not going to worry about whether it's 2, 3, or 4 exactly. We're going to say what happens if we don't make any assumptions about the numbers.
Incidentally, is it your testimony that the NRC's comment, that one last sentence in the paragraph, is clear and unambiguous?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that, and you were here for Dr. Weir's testimony earlier this morning?
Yes.
Is it your belief that the opinion he offered about that particular phrase being ambiguous is wrong?
Yes.
You also described, Dr. Shields, your opinion that in Dr. Weir's calculations, not likelihood ratios, but the calculations such as 1 in 71, that those were making assumptions about who the contributors were. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In reality, don't those calculations make no assumptions about any of the known people in this case?
No. Say that, I'm sorry, no. Not when they're presented as likelihood ratios.
Okay, I want you to stop. And what I'm referring to now are the calculations he made of frequencies not likelihood ratios, but using it as an example, the 1 out of 71.
Okay,
Okay.
now, go ahead. 1 out of 71 individuals with these,
Well, why don't we, do you have the report in front of you, by the way?
no.
Okay.
I do. I'm sorry, I do. I have his report. Page,
June 21st.
yes.
If you could you turn to page 38?
Okay,
And in particular, at the bottom is a table 29C. Do you see that?
yes.
And in fact, we see the number 1 out of 71 twice in the African American Caucasian combination for 2 contributors, as well as in the African American Southeast Hispanic combination as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that that constitutes a likelihood ratio?
No.
Is it your testimony that that number has anything to do with the known types of the 2 victims and Mr. Simpson in this case?
No, this one assumes that there are 2 and only 2 contributors.
And it makes no assumptions whatsoever about Mr.
Oh, it's
Simpson.
actually, excuse me, this one assumes that there's the potential of 3.
All right. It makes no assumptions whatsoever, and in no manner uses the known types of Mr. Simpson or the 2 victims, does it?
No, but see, Doctor, what I heard earlier today was, Doctor, we were talking about known genotypes in the numerator. He was talking about likelihood ratios as well as frequencies today.
All right. I'm asking you about this table.
Okay,
Does that
the table is frequencies. I agree. You can do it as frequencies.
And in fact, it uses in no manner the known types of these 3 individuals, does it?
That's correct.
You described seeing mixtures in previous cases that you've worked on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were frequencies reported?
No, there was, the most recent one was in Minnesota in a federal court, and those frequencies were withdrawn.
Well, what I'm talking about, well, was that a case that involved only mixtures?
No, there was finally, there was a hair left that was not a mixture, and that was the only one that was presented.
Okay, what I'm asking, though, is were any numbers presented in any of the cases you've been involved in?
Oh, yeah, they
Or-
presented, oh,
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Court reporter's about to kill both of you.
For just the mixtures only? And numbers were presented?
they were originally presented, and they were withdrawn the day of the Daubert hearing.
How many cases have you seen mixtures in, approximately?
This kind of mixture, the kinds of mixtures that are not mixtures associated with sexual assaults, maybe 3, 4.
And were numbers presented in each instance for the stains that showed mixtures?
In 3, there were attempts to present numbers with those mixtures. They usually were associated with presenting numbers for subsets of the mixture under the assumption that they were particular individuals.
In other words, were those frequencies calculated based on, as you use the term, a conditional probability?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just to figure out.
Okay. Dr. Weir, or excuse me, Dr. Shields, you were asked about your qualifications relative to Dr. Weir's in various areas. Which of the 2 of you is more qualified in the area of molecular biology?
I am.
Okay. And which of the 2 of you do you think is more qualified with regard to drawing logical inferences from data produced by molecular biological techniques?
I think we're probably about equally qualified. I know he's convinced me of some things. I think we've come to the same conclusions a number of times.
Okay. Now, Mr. Clark asked you a number of questions about the assumption regarding the number of contributors that's part of Dr. Weir's computations. Does Dr. Weir also make additional assumptions concerning things like whether alleles are observed and not observed in the stain?
Not in 29, but in 78, yes.
Okay. And so is that an additional assumption that is important in how Dr. Weir computes those numbers?
Yes, it's absolutely necessary.
Okay. And do you think that there's an adequate scientific foundation for the assumptions that Dr. Weir was making with regard to item 79 or 78?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now,
I do. Oh.
Oh, please continue.
On item 78, there's a good match between one of the victims and that stain, and I believe that that's good information. I think that Selmark declared that inconclusive, and most people, when there's an inconclusive, don't try and do statistics on what's left.
Okay. So do you think that the kind of statistical conclusions that Dr. Weir computed in connection with item 78 are scientifically valid?
Valid is an interesting term when you're talking about this sort of thing. It follows from his assumptions.
Yeah, let me ask.
I don't think it's appropriate.
All right, that was my next question. So you think it's inappropriate?
It is valid, but inappropriate.
Okay. Now, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about this case you mentioned in Minnesota, where statistics were offered in connection with mixtures and then withdrawn. Can you tell us why the statistics were withdrawn, if you know?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. Now, do you know of any other case where statistics were offered in connection with mixtures and then later withdrawn?
Yes.
Section relevant.
Oh. Okay. Can you tell us about that?
That case was a case in Northern California. The defendants' names were Horonis and Birch. And there were mixtures in which people were attempting to develop frequencies based on the assumption that you would know which of four bands came from which of two defendants without any evidence to back up that you could know that. And under those circumstances, there were discussions about how one should handle that, and in essence, it ended up being withdrawn.
Was this a case in which the defense was preparing to challenge those kinds of statistical computations?
Yes.
And was the evidence drawn after it became apparent to the prosecution such a challenge was forthcoming?
On the basis of a letter from the prosecutor in that case, yes.
Okay, which laboratory was involved in this case in Minnesota?
The FBI.
Okay. In the FBI's protocol, is there a section that describes
It was
how
the FBI's database. It was Minnesota that was involved.
okay. So it's the Minnesota lab.
Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Are you aware of any forensic laboratories that, as part of their protocol, have a discussion of how to compute statistics in the case of mixtures?
No.
Okay. In your understanding, what do labs generally do when confronted with say, a mixed blood stain?
I can only base it on the 3 cases and where I've seen that, 4 cases. And what they will do is they will end up providing a statistic that's associated with, they will say that someone's not excluded, and they will provide then the frequency of the pattern that is the person who is not excluded, rather than the frequency of the individuals who would not be excluded.
Okay. One moment. Okay. Dr. Shields, have you changed your mind about the appropriateness of Dr. Weir's calculations as a result of any of the questions Mr. Clark has asked you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Briefly.
Dr. Shields, with regard to mixtures, are you aware of whether or not mixture calculations are made by the methods described by Dr. Weir in the United Kingdom?
I believe they are.
And that actually includes likelihood ratios, does it not?
It does. They go so far as to go all the way to a Bayesian analysis.
And likelihood ratios even incorporate the known types of the individuals involved in the case, don't they?
Yes,
Dr. Weir's offered frequencies, such as the 1 in 71 that we discussed, don't even incorporate the known types of the individuals who may be associated with the case, do they?
that's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Sure.
Now, Dr. Weir said his approach was based on an article by Ian Evatt, who's a British statistician and forensic scientist.
That's correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Evatt advocates the use of likelihood ratios to communicate with juries or not?
He does.
Does he advocate presenting likelihood ratios as numbers?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if you're not going to do it as a number, how are you going to do it?
He uses words like strong evidence, extremely strong evidence, mild evidence, bad evidence.
All right. Thank you. Any other witnesses, Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Clark?
Just some brief comments, Your Honor. Thank you. I think the narrow issue before the court, frankly, is foundation at this point. The court asked that there be a foundation provided, that the people had the burden of providing a foundation for the admissibility of the frequencies, that portion of Dr. Weir's work that refers to frequencies, not likelihood ratios. And I think
I'm also addressing the 352 issue as to whether or not it would be unduly confusing to the jury to present in this manner, or whether or not it would have the possibility of misleading the jury, this manner of presentation.
Very well.
That's what foundation, and then those two aspects of 352.
I think I might address those best by describing the intent with which we had in the manner of offering this type of evidence.
All right, we're talking about 29, 78. Which other mixtures are we talking about? The Bronco console stains?
Exactly. There are several in the Bronco. There are several, if not nearly all, they're nearly all on the glove. In other words, nearly all of the results on that board. So those are by far the bulk. So it's largely on the glove board, to a lesser extent on the Bronco board, and then one item, number 78, on the Bundy scene board. So that's what we're dealing with in our view, as far as the mixtures. It was our intent, and we'll just use the example of number 29, the Bronco stain, to use a range actually identical in terms of its description on the board and to the jury, from the most common number to the rarest number for those mixture frequencies calculated by Dr. Weir. And one of those examples would again be, and I just don't have the page. Does the court have the report before it?
Not open to the page, no.
All right. For example, with regard to item 29, we put a 2 colon, meaning assuming 2 contributors, and the range would be, and just looking at that particular chart, from 1 in 71, from 1 in 59, that's actually the most common, to 1 in 11,300. That was the most uncommon. And then with the example of 29, put the number 3 colon, and do the same thing, and making it clear that that's assuming 3 contributors to the stain. So that's the manner of presentation in terms of how this would be presented to the jury. I don't think in any manner it's more complicated than, frankly, the methods used to calculate a frequency for an overall stain, for a single person stain. So I don't think the court should have concern about that, because we could be spending days and days on simply the single stain donors, or could have, that were presented previously to this jury. So I don't think 352 is a valid basis to prevent this type of calculation any different, then I don't think 352 by itself, other than the numbers as suggested by the defense, are simply misleading. In fact, they're terribly misleading, as Dr. Weir described earlier. But addressing the issue of admissibility in itself, as far as the decision this court has to make, it is not a decision of general acceptance in our view. That was waived many, many months ago by this defendant at a time when these mixtures were clearly known in terms of the samples and results in this case, which we argued to this court back in December and January. The question is, in this situation, and the court's evidence at this point is frankly the testimony of 2 experts and a few exhibits, also including some of the peer-reviewed scientific literature. The fact that 2 experts reach contrary conclusions, or opinions rather, about the use of a particular technique does not render that type of testing result and the method used inadmissible in the context of this hearing.
No, I don't think Dr. Shields and Dr. Weir necessarily disagreed. Dr. Shields agreed that if I accept the appropriateness of making assumptions, then that mathematical calculation is the appropriate way to do it. So they agree on the math, they just don't agree to the nature of the presentation.
Actually, the court anticipated the next item I was going to state, which was that when one carefully listened to Dr. Shields' testimony, as the court has already noted, he conceded that if there were 2 contributors, Dr. Weir's calculations were absolutely correct. The same answer was given by him to the assumption that there are 3 contributors. This jury has the right to make or reach certain conclusions about what happened in this case. And here's an example. This jury might find, or a jury in any case might find, this case perhaps less than others, that even though it's given frequencies for a matching stain of 1 in a certain number for one database, such as Caucasian, 1 in a certain different number for African Americans, and so forth, the jury may hear other evidence that satisfies it as to which database is the most appropriate to use. There may have been an eyewitness to a crime. And therefore, the jury can decide, well, that assumption I can now make based on the evidence that's been presented, that this person is from a certain category. Therefore, that number becomes more relevant to that jury or individual juror. This is no different, because this jury can reach the decision that as to some of these items of evidence, I'm satisfied that there were 2 contributors. Therefore, Dr. Weir's number about 2 contributors, even Dr. Shields concedes, is absolutely accurate. And I think that goes hand in hand again with allowing the jury to reach certain assumptions or make assumptions if the evidence supports it. If it doesn't, then they're given the ranges, just as they were with frequency data for single donor stains. And I think that's absolutely admissible under our law. These techniques of calculation are complicated as they're complicated for single stains. So I don't think there's any reason this jury cannot deal appropriately with this evidence in the same manner that they can deal appropriately with the evidence that's already been presented. I think even a simple reading by a layperson, such as ourselves involved in the criminal justice system, of the National Research Council report can see why Dr. Weir's testimony about that report and its single sentence is perfectly compatible with his testimony and the method that he described today. I think Dr. Shields was overstating it for all of us when he said that that language in the National Research Council report is unambiguous.
But Mr. Clark, doesn't any trial judge have to be very cautious about adopting techniques and testimony that is contrary to the NRC report?
Not at all. I think the testimony before this court, and if I recall, the court noted some weeks ago the fact that that report in and of itself was not only subject to controversy, but I think the court used the term outdated.
I don't think I ever said that. I don't recollect having said that, but certainly the case law dealing in this area often comments that the legal system is often a year or two behind the scientific community in these matters.
Fortunately, at California, we see our case law going away from the National Research Council report, if we can judge anything by the last half a dozen decisions or so. So if the court is concerned about criminal justice system versus the National Research Council report, I think one only needs to look to California, let alone the number of states across the country that either rejected it in terms of having any effect on admissibility or finding that things have moved away from that, and that frankly that report is now very old in an area that's moving quickly. So no, I don't think courts should be concerned about the National Research Council report playing a role and telling courts what to do. I hope that answers your question. Based on all of these reasons, and again, considering the nature of this hearing, it's our opinion that this court should allow, and in fact, the jury should be given the benefit of conservative but probative information about what these mixtures mean to this jury. And I think no one could state it better than Dr. Weir has today in terms of the significance of this evidence, not even incorporating the known individuals in this case, which ultimately would arrive or lead to a likelihood ratio that we're not even seeking to use at this time. Thank you.
Well, Your Honor, I think the reason that Dr. Weir's statistics are likely to be misleading in the context of the trial at this point is that the prosecution has already framed the issues for the jury. We've already had a great deal of testimony about DNA evidence, and the testimony has all been framed in terms of here's a sample and here's an individual. Is this individual consistent with this stain? Again and again, they framed it in that way, using the terms match or consistency. And when that kind of evidence is presented, it is always logically relevant to ask what percentage of the population would also be included or be excluded, which is exactly the number that the National Research Council computes. Now, Dr. Weir has asked a different question, which he thinks is the appropriate question, which has to do with what's the probability of selecting a specified number of individuals who could completely account for the alleles in this stain under various assumptions. And we have to make assumptions about the number of people and whether all alleles can be seen and so on. So what's happened is that the prosecution is changing horses in midstream. Having conditioned the jury to expect one kind of numbers, they are now presenting a different kind of numbers that in fact are much less favorable to the defendant. I think that the difference in the numbers is going to be very difficult to explain, and I think all you have to do is read through Dr. Weir's report to see why that's so. It's very complex. It's riddled with assumptions, and the assumptions are going to be controversial. If Dr. Weir is allowed to testify under these assumptions, then the defense will have to challenge those assumptions. For example, on stain 78, Dr. Weir is assuming for some of the locuses that all alleles from all contributors can be seen, for others that not all alleles of all contributors can be seen. We're going to have to get into the scientific basis for that, talk about whether that assumption is valid or not valid based on the scientific evidence as opposed to other evidence in the case.
But aren't we sort of in this situation because the prosecution initially wanted to say that all we want to do is say that these persons are not excluded, and that's all we want to present, it's a mixture. And then the defense says, no, you've got to put a number on it if you're going to use it.
Yeah, well, I think, Your Honor, both experts...
Aren't we in this situation because of that?
Yeah, and both experts acknowledge that it would be misleading to simply say this person is not excluded and here's the frequency of this person's genotypes. Both experts acknowledge that was misleading and inappropriate. For example, in the case of Nicole Brown Simpson, who has a genotype frequency of 1 in 22,000 or something like that, but the likelihood of her being consistent with the stain is either 50% or so under our calculations or 1 in 77 under Dr. Weir's calculations, but much higher than the frequency. So it's absolutely clear that we have to have numbers in connection with the mixtures, and the issue, I think, is which numbers. And I think it's very clear that the National Research Council numbers are the most appropriate ones. They're the easiest to understand because they involve fewer of any assumptions. They can be presented with much simpler charts. They are consistent with the nature of the frequency data that the jury has already been conditioned to expect, and so on. Now, in addition to being difficult for jurors to understand, Our position is that Dr. Weir's numbers are also argumentative in that, as he acknowledges, certain assumptions need to be made about number of contributors and particularly this tricky one about whether all alleles are accounted for. Now, Mr. Clark said, well, that's fine. We'll just have him make a number of different assumptions. But it's clear that Dr. Weir is not going to be able to make all possible assumptions. There are endless variation of assumptions. So necessarily, the prosecution is going to be picking and choosing among the assumptions that he comments on.
But I think there's only going to be two assumptions, the number of contributors and whether or not you can completely see the alleles present.
Well, and which databases are involved, what the racial background of the contributors.
But that's included in the entire range, correct? That's going to be presented.
Yeah, but in this assumption, for example, about whether all alleles can be observed, that assumption, he's making different assumptions at different locuses, saying.
But let's
that this
look
locus
at stain number 78, which is on the bottom
Okay.
of Ron Goldman's shoe.
Yeah.
It's consistent with his blood. It's his shoe. He's lying there in his own blood. 4 feet away is Nicole Brown Simpson in a pool of her own blood. After, we all agree, a relatively savage attack. It's not unexpected that blood from one victim will be on the other, given the proximity of the two. I mean, isn't that a pretty valid assumption that it's probably Nicole Brown Simpson's blood and Ronald Goldman's blood? Isn't that a pretty good assumption?
Well, the problem is, what's the likelihood of some sort of coincidental match? And what's truly misleading about this and really pernicious is that Selmark's report itself, and this is Selmark's report of December 5th, says that the additional contributor to that stain, other than Nicole, cannot be identified. Ron Goldman cannot be either included or excluded according to Selmark's standards. But by computing these frequency statistics in the way that Dr. Weir is doing it, it's a way of roping Goldman back into the stain, capitalizing on the rarity of Nicole Simpson's genotype. So that
Mr. Clark, do you have, excuse me, just a second, do you have the 78 board?
Yes.
The Bundy board? Let's take a look at that.
So there's little controversy that item 78 contains DNA from Nicole Brown Simpson, and the her pattern is extremely rare. The real question is whether Ron Goldman's included too. Under Dr. Weir's method, when you ask what's the probability of both of them being there, you get an extremely low rare number because both of them includes Nicole. So the inference with regard to Goldman is being bootstrapped against the rarity of Nicole Brown Simpson's pattern. Yeah, you know, our position is that since Selmark's report says it's inconclusive as to Goldman, we shouldn't be engaged in this game at all. But we think this is just a way of rescuing an inconclusive match and trying to make the evidence appear more powerful than it is.
Well, the fact that Ronald Goldman's blood is on Ronald Goldman's shoe, the probative value of that, as far as your client is concerned, is not compelling. I mean, it would be expected that Ronald Goldman's blood would be on Ronald Goldman's shoe, wouldn't you say?
Well,
Given the nature of the manner in which he died. All right, do you have any other bootstrapping concerns with any of the other samples?
well, I think in all of these,
Because of inconclusive results?
well, I think with regard to sample 29, for example, when Gary Sims testified, he was speculating that maybe Ronald Goldman was part of stain 29 and one of his alleles simply wasn't detected. Now, that was speculative testimony, but if prosecution experts are going to engage in that form of speculation with respect to 29, then I think that we would have to, and if Dr. Weir testifies to his numbers, then we'll have to explore the implications for Dr. Weir's numbers.
My recollection, though, is that on 29, I did not allow that inconclusive on the board as to Goldman. is my recollection. Is that correct, Mr. Clark?
My recollection of the testimony is that he testified that he could not tell whether Goldman was there.
Right, and
Either
I
could
did not
be or
allow it
couldn't
on
be.
the board. The results board is my recollection.
We didn't try to put it on there. It was a double negative. We didn't try to put it on there.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So in any case, and the assumptions regarding number of contributors also involve difficulty because there's no scientific basis for determining whether a particular stain has 2 or 3 if it has more than 1, for example, unless you draw conclusions from other evidence in the case. Now, the prosecutors are, for some of the stains, are presenting assumptions of 2 and 3. They don't present any assumption that there could be 4, but look at stain 29. Under their theory of the case, there could well be 4. They seem to be assuming it's yeah. So there could, you know, so their approach requires this plethora of numbers. If you look at Dr. Weir's report on page 38, when we're talking about item 29, the jury, with respect to the assumption of 2 contributors, assuming all alleles of all contributors can be seen, which we may dispute, but under that assumption, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different numbers, which range from 1 in 71 to 1 in 11,306, which seems a broad range and confusing, but that's not the end of it. Then under the assumption of trios or 3 contributors, we have a list of, a very long list. It looks like about 15 numbers ranging from 1 in 9 to 1 in 3,500. And of course, then we get into the confusion factor of how the jurors are going to integrate these different estimates together if they don't, you know, they're not sure how many contributors it would be. So we have the 11 different numbers under the assumption of 2 contributors and the 15 different numbers under the assumption of 3 contributors, and maybe if we had to compute it under 4 contributors, there'd be even more numbers, and they would be all over the place, and the jurors have to put it together and try to understand it. It's very confusing. And I think the National Research Council report is much simpler and clearer and more easily understood intuitively. Now, if the prosecutors want to make the point that the probability of getting a match with 2 people would be higher than the probability, than the percentage of people who would match, that's fine. But that's an argument, Your Honor. That should not be presented to the jury. That kind of argument should not be presented to the jury in the guise of expert testimony.
But then Mr. Clark would be testifying during the course of his argument as to the math behind it. That's the alternative, if I accept your argument.
He simply makes the argument that the percentage of the population that would be included in the mixture is 50%. But take into account, we've got 2 people included here, for example, who both would have to be included. I mean, that's an argument. It's to allow the expert to come in and state that as a conclusion based on factual assumptions that haven't been demonstrated by the evidence is argumentative in its form, and it would present to the jury the impression that these conclusions have been proved scientifically, when in fact they're premised on assumptions being made about the nature of the evidence. And, you know, and of course the prosecution in its presentation controls which assumptions are chosen and which assumptions are not chosen, giving the prosecutors the option of influencing the nature of the scientific testimony by the way they frame the questions. None of that can happen under the National Research Council's report because it makes no assumptions about these crucial factors. So it's simple, it's clear, it's conservative, and that's the way we should go. There's one other point about the bootstrapping issue, and that comes from Dr. Weir's tendency to slip into the language of likelihood ratios. And although the prosecutors say they're not offering likelihood ratios, I heard Dr. Weir repeatedly talk about the frequencies as if they were likelihood ratios and even make the statement that these frequencies can be used as likelihood ratios and likelihood ratios for testing the hypotheses that he frames as contact versus no contact. The problem with that formulation, we certainly would object to any such testimony, but to the extent Dr. Weir testifies in that mode, he is again invading the province of the jury and engaging in argumentation, because the implication is that the genetic evidence and the frequencies derived from it are in themselves a characterization of the likelihood of the two hypotheses, contact, no contact. When of course, as Dr. Shields pointed out, those two hypotheses, the relative likelihood depends on a number of other factors.
But my understanding of Mr. Clark's offer was that it was merely going to be, what is the frequency of these patterns being in pairs or in trios without any contact, no contact assumption? Just what is the frequency, what is the likelihood that we will, not likelihood, bad choice of words in this context, but the frequency of the pattern that is shown here without any reference to the known types, without any reference to the other known facts of the case. That's my understanding of how it's going to be presented.
Yeah. Well, my point is only that, as we heard when Dr. Weir testified, there's some slippage of language into that mode, and I think that needs to be made clear. Yeah, and one other point that Mr. Schecht brings to my attention is that even doing it under the approach you just outlined with no assumption, there's still a very broad range of numbers here the jury has to
Oh, I agree.
contend with.
There's
Yeah.
huge numbers, but we've got huge numbers already, don't we?
Yeah, yeah, I would, yeah, when we have 25 to 35 different numbers, which range from 1 in 9 to 1 in 11,000, what is the jury going to make of that? That's difficult to understand.
But don't we have to assume that the jurors have some basic fundamental intelligence that they can evaluate what this is worth? If you have a statistic that's 1 in 9 to 1 in 3,500 and it's a mixture, and given the facts of this case, aren't they able to say, yeah, it's probably a mixture?
Yeah, but sure.
And that's about the long and short of it, don't you think?
Well, but the National Research Council's method gives a way of characterizing it statistically. Doesn't depend on assumptions and so on.
Right.
Now, let me finally address this point about the general acceptance of the technique. I think it's very clear the National Research Council produced this report after a 2-year study by a very distinguished scientific panel appointed for that purpose. The panel included a wide variety of scientific opinion. It was viewed by some as stacked in favor of the prosecution because it had 4 or 5 people who had testified for the prosecution on these issues, only 1 person who had testified for the defense. Nevertheless, the National Research Council, after study, issued this document. It was peer-reviewed both within the National Research Council and the National Academy itself and by outside reviewers. So that's an authoritative statement on the issue. And I think that it's apparent from the testimony that the National Research Council's position is clear as to what they're recommending. I think a good, and although Dr. Weir claims it's not clear, this is a recent opinion he arrived at. In his earlier reports, he was criticizing the National Research Council for taking the very position that in his most recent report, he claims that it's unclear that they're taking. So I think Dr. Weir, knows what the National Research Council means. I think it's clear that it's unambiguous. Now, in contrast with the National Research Council's report, which is clear and a clear and unambiguous recommendation from a distinguished panel, the prosecution is offering a novel approach, which, as far as we can tell, hasn't been used in any other case. It's based on an article published in England by Ian Evatt, a distinguished man, but Evatt's article itself is an article describing the computation of likelihood ratios, which isn't what's being offered here. And Evatt's article describes how likelihood ratios could be computed so that forensic scientists can talk about the value of the evidence. Evatt's article assumes that the number of contributors is known with certainty from other data in the case, an assumption that we cannot make in this case. And furthermore, I think this is the most telling, the lead author of the article, Ian Evatt himself, although he's using likelihood ratios to communicate with scientific colleagues, does not himself advocate that statistics be used to characterize DNA evidence. He thinks they're too confusing and that the experts should simply say it's strong or weak and so on. So I don't see that the Evatt article provides any kind of powerful or authoritative support for the statistical methodology that's being offered here. It's a novel methodology. There is no peer-reviewed publication that supports its use. And I think it's dangerous and has the potential to be misleading. Now, there's one final point that I'd like to make. Concerns what would be required in the event that you decide to admit Dr. Weir's statistics, which are conditioned on all of these assumptions. If that happens, I think it's very clear under California law that the defense would be entitled to have a 403-style instruction to the jury that they are to disregard any computations based on assumptions that they view as unproven. And as authority for that proposition, I'd like to cite to the case of Everett v. Everett. It's the Chad Everett paternity case. It's at 150 Cal. 1053.
Which Calab? Third?
It must be Cal. 3rd, 1984 case. Okay. And this case includes the following language. It says, when the relevance of evidence before the jury depends on the validity of an underlying assumption, i.e. a 50% chance the alleged father and mother had intercourse. This was a paternity case, of
I
course.
recollect the case.
Yeah. So it says the jury must be instructed to determine whether the assumption is valid and to disregard the evidence if it finds such assumption is invalid. The validity of such an assumption is akin to a finding of the existence of a preliminary fact, citing Section 403 of the Evidence Code, where statistical evidence is derived from a formula which relies on certain factual assumptions. The accuracy of those assumptions must be determined by the jury as a preliminary fact before the statistical evidence may be accorded any weight. Now, so this suggests that in the event that Dr. Weir's computations are allowed, we are going to have a very complex, structured set of assumptions to the jurors as to what they can and can't consider based on what they conclude, adding another layer of confusion to the issue, which again would not be required under the National Research Council report because that report makes no assumptions about controversial matters.
Does the Everett case include an instruction?
Yes, the Everett case does include an instruction, although it's not directly applicable because the Everett case had to do with assumptions in a paternity case. But yes, if you look in that case, 150 Calop 1069 at note 15, I believe you'll see text of the instructions that were offered by the court in that case.
I'm sorry, it was note 15?
Yeah, it's note 15, I believe. Yes, note 15. Just to conclude, the National Research Council's recommendations are simple, straightforward, and safe. They don't incorporate any assumptions that are argumentative and that might invade the province of the jury and potentially be misleading. That's the approach we should use here.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Clark, let me just invite one comment on an instruction, limiting an instruction. Do you have any comment on that issue?
Actually, I'd like to see Everett. My recollection is it's a prior probability Bayesian approach, frankly, a likelihood ratio case, which is interesting, but I would like to see it if I could before making comment.
I think it basically says before you consider this evidence, you have to make a finding that the assumptions upon which it is based is true.
I can make one comment initially. The same is true with all the reported frequencies and frankly with much of the evidence in this case. It's always true in a criminal case, but if we may.
Is that footnote 15?
I'm sorry?
The instruction is at footnote 15.
It's interesting, Your Honor. Of course, that relies on the 50% prior probability that is not a part of calculations.
No,
but
I'm just saying a similar instruction
Right.
that you have to find first that the assumptions upon which this calculation is based are in fact supported by the evidence before you should consider the evidence presented on the frequencies.
I think in concept, well, first,
As simply said as that.
in concept, there's no disagreement with that. As far as certainly the jury has to be satisfied of a preliminary fact such as that. So I don't think in concept we have any great difficulty with that.
All right.
Obviously, that instruction is a bit on the wordy side, but in concept, I don't
That
think
one
we,
is, yes.
yes, from Everett. But in concept, I don't think we disagree with that.
All right. All right. This debate regarding how mixtures are to be interpreted and presented to a jury or other trier of fact is based upon the NRC 1992 report, specifically the one sentence that appears at the end of paragraph 4 on page 59. This is a 185-page report, and it devotes all of one sentence to the analysis of mixtures, although that particular sentence is very clear in what it says, I think. I don't find it to be ambiguous. The problem is I don't find it to be a full discussion of the issue. The NRC report at the time it was issued was a conservative compromise regarding DNA testing and its forensic applications. And although I found it of great guidance in framing the issue here, having listened to the testimony of Dr. Weir and Dr. Shields, I agree that the manner proposed by the prosecution to present the mixture evidence is appropriate as long as it is made clear that it is based upon the two basic assumptions and that there is no reference to the known samples. That it be presented merely that Dr. Weir has these certain qualifications, that he's analyzed the data with regards to these mixtures based upon the evaluation of the databases. The ranges of frequencies are from A to Z, period. Thank you very much. That should take half an hour.
Under both scenarios, 2 contributors, 3 contributors.
3 contributors, 4 contributors. I make this finding based upon the testimony both of Dr. Weir and Dr. Shields, looking at which is the most accurate or the more accurate analysis of the evidence. I find that the analysis offered by Dr. Weir is the more accurate and closest to what the evidence truly presents. And under those restrictions, I'll allow the testimony. All right, we'll take a break for
Just a clarification of your
Sure,
argument.
yes.
I'm sorry. You just said that he is compelled to give frequencies on the assumption of 2 contributors, and then other frequencies on the assumption of 3 contributors, and finally on the assumption of 4 contributors. And you're going to require that you do all 3 of those. Is that correct?
We haven't calculated the 4, Your Honor. We could go on forever.
Oh, I know, but I think 4 is reasonable, especially on the Bronco. And we need to take 15 minutes to shuttle the jury down.
Just as to
Also, I am likely to give an instruction at the conclusion based upon what I told you,
The conclusion of the testimony?
or some appropriate time, when I have time to sit down and think about it some more. Because I had not thought of we had thought about instructions before.
Just as to the 4, Dr. Weir would need overnight to do those. And if we can narrow down as to which samples, that would make it easier also.
The Bronco samples, shouldn't it? Because that's the
All the
situation.
Bronco, the problem is the Bronco samples. Because you clearly got at least 3 people, arguably. So you ought to include a 4th. Let me suggest we do this. Let me suggest we start with the non-Bronco evidence, where the range ought to be 3. Get his qualifications. Let's at least get some time in front of the jury today. I would suggest. All right, we'll take 15 and we'll start with. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is now present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Neufeld. Did I miss anybody? People represented by Mr. Clark and Mr. Darden. Jury is not present. Mr. Neufeld, you indicated you had a couple of matters before we invite the jurors to join us.
Yes, Your Honor, 2 matters.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, Your Honor, in light of the argument that we just heard regarding the manner in which Dr. Weir intends to present frequency data, one thing is absolutely clear, even if you permit him to testify to those numbers, is those numbers do not answer the same question as appears on those boards, like the Bronco board. The Bronco board question is framed as not excluded, and what percentage of the population would not be excluded? And he's answering a different question. That, I think there's no dispute about. Consequently, I would ask that the court instruct the prosecution not to let them put these numbers in that column, but instead offer them either on another board, or they can simply offer the tables, in fact, that Dr. Weir has. But since the court is allowing this testimony, it undisputably answers a different question than the question posed on that board.
Okay, and what else? You said you had 2 matters.
Yes. The second one is, Your Honor, that in Dr. Weir's report, he refers to a second Cellmark database. There's a 1992 database, and then he says a 1994 database. Robin Cotton only testified to the 1992 database. The only database in evidence in this case is the 1992 database. This witness cannot lay the foundation to introduce a Cellmark database. That would come from Robin Cotton. Since all the testimony and all the statistics that have been offered so far for the data in this case is predicated on the 1992 database, I would ask the court to instruct the prosecution to limit Dr. Weir to the database that's already in evidence, because there's no foundation for the other one.
Mr. Clark?
Well, I believe we'll be able to lay a very careful foundation about that database. In addition to the evidence code, which allows reliance on that type of material anyway. So I'm not sure where the objection is headed.
Well, Your Honor, I think it should be a profit, and we should have this resolved right now. I honestly think that it's Cellmark's database. They created it. They're the source of it. And it hasn't been introduced by Cellmark. And I don't believe that this witness then has the right to give expert testimony on a database which isn't in evidence. And I thought that was actually an earlier ruling of this court on a somewhat different issue, but limiting databases only to those databases which have been introduced in this case and relied upon by the representatives of the 2 laboratories, namely Cellmark and DOJ.
Frankly, I don't recollect having ruled upon that issue before, Mr. Neufeld.
Well, I don't have it in front of me, but be that as it may, even without that, Your Honor, I don't believe that this witness can rely on a database which is not already in evidence from the witnesses from the laboratory whose data this witness is relying on.
All right. Do you have any case authority indicating that an expert witness under these circumstances is not entitled to rely upon what would otherwise be hearsay evidence in forming expert opinions?
It's not hearsay. It's not just hearsay evidence. It's not the data of other experts, of learned treatises, or anything like that. What it is he's actually relying on the creation of a database which has never been introduced by the party who would be most appropriate to introduce it, namely the representatives from Cellmark.
All right.
I don't see how that in any way fits into a hearsay exception.
Mr. Clark?
Well, perhaps I can indicate to the court the basic manner this will be presented, not only as to the mixture frequencies, those are calculated based on the FBI databases, if I remember correctly. So this would relate to any comments that Dr. Weir makes about the already reported frequencies. We have no intent of having Dr. Weir, despite the fact that he's done it in his report, the defense may want to question him about it, he has made his own calculations using some additional steps. I don't intend to introduce those numbers. All Dr. Weir will do in terms of the results that are on the board, I anticipate, is he will describe the fact that those are appropriate based on his examination of not only the 92 database that Mr. Neufeld mentioned, but also the 94 database as well, as part of what he has examined. Now, he's already described in this court a fairly close relationship with Cellmark Diagnostics in terms of examining the databases. So I'm not quite sure where the legal objection is.
I take it to be a foundational objection at this point.
Well, he obtains this material from Cellmark. They explain to him very carefully what it is.
All right, well,
he works with it and uses it.
I assume I'll hear that during the course. I assume this is a preliminary objection, and we'll hear it.
Well, there's a similar concern then, given what Mr. Clark just said, and I wasn't sure of Dr. Weir's testimony about this particular issue, but he also mentioned that for the various PCR databases, he's relying on FBI databases. Mm-hmm. It's my understanding in this case that both DOJ and Cellmark are relying on Dr. Blake's worldwide database for the DQ alpha numbers, and that was what I received in discovery, in fact, from both DOJ and Cellmark, not FBI databases. And I would, for separate reasons, ask that that be the only DQ alpha database relied upon in Dr. Weir's calculations. Certainly, the FBI isn't even a party to this case, if you will. I mean, it has not been part of this case, at least with respect to DNA typing. And there's no way that there could be any foundation for the other database. And it is my recollection, Your Honor, that the court did limit testimony to those databases that we also received discovery of. So I would have an additional objection to...
Well, I don't recollect that either.
Well, then there's a discovery. Then there'd be a discovery objection, Your Honor, as well, with respect to an FBI DQ alpha database, because the only databases we've been given in discovery in this case for DQ alpha comes from Dr. Blake's worldwide database.
Mr. Clark?
In reverse order, in Dr. Weir's February 95 report provided to the defense, it is replete with references to the 94 database from Cellmark. And I have received, to my knowledge, absolutely no request for that information from the defense, despite the fact that it's been in their possession 4 months approximately, or however that time period is. As to the DQ alpha results, I'm a little unclear what the legal objection is. Dr. Weir can use any database that he feels is appropriate to perform his own calculations. And when his purpose here is simply to offer an opinion about what's the reliability of these frequencies, I don't know anything that stops him from using a North Carolina database. Anything that is appropriately used in his profession. So again, I think the court's identified it as premature, but I see no legal bar at this point to that testimony.
All right. I agree. At this point, I think it is premature. Do you have any other comment regarding his objection to putting the numbers on the board in the same category as the other numbers?
I think putting them in the exact locations as the testimony will reveal what they mean, everything is accurate. These people are not excluded. Dr. Weir will carefully describe in the instances of both 2 contributors, 3 contributors, or tomorrow to the Bronco also 4 contributors, we find this combination approximately this often. So I don't see a need to create basically another addition to the board Otherwise, the jury will lose any ability to put all of these pieces of evidence together.
All right.
Right, I just think that that's not what Dr. Weir is even offering these numbers for. I think it's very, very clear that that board is limited to the percentage of the population not excluded. Dr. Weir is not giving that number. He's giving a very different number. That he's acknowledged. And all I'm simply saying is, so as not to further confuse the jury on that point, that he present those numbers on a separate table.
All right, I'm going to require the prosecution on that board to add in the column of frequency with regards to each one of the mixtures a small label to the side indicating that it is a mixture calculation that is there so that they can differentiate one from the other. But I think it's appropriate to group them in that manner since they are physically found in those locations, and to split it up on yet another board I don't think is appropriate at this point. All right, let's have the jurors.
Those boards without the labels this afternoon.
But I'm going to direct you to have them by tomorrow morning.
All right.
You're on the edge of the
What is the court proposing to say?
mixture. So we understand that it is a different calculation.
Like an S?
No, just put in vertical letters MIXTURE on a label, stick it on the side of the frequency column,
For each
mixture.
mixture.
So also, let's go into scheduling. First thing I intend to get at on course is the mixtures. Assuming that they finish even at 5, I would like to break for the day at that point and not have to start my course until he finishes the red.
We'll see when we get there, if we get there. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always my policy to explain to you why it is we get late starts. We started this morning at 9 o'clock with a hearing regarding the evidence that you're about to hear. It took longer than I thought it would, as does just about everything, I guess, these days. So I apologize to you for having kept you so long. And without further ado, Mr. Clark, you may call the prosecution's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bruce Weir, please.
Testimony you may give in class now, please report this court. She did the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please proceed on the witness stand and state your first and last names for the record.
Bruce Weir, Bruceweir.
All right, do we have the right water? Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Weir.
Good afternoon.
Could you describe who you're employed by?
I'm employed at a North Carolina State University
And that's located in North Carolina?
in North Carolina, in the capital city of Raleigh.
How are you employed?
I'm a professor of statistics and genetics
At North Carolina State University?
at North Carolina State.
Could you describe, well, let me rephrase that. As a professor of, and I'm sorry, you said statistics?
Statistics and genetics. I'm housed in a statistics department, but I have a courtesy appointment in genetics, which gives me certain responsibilities and rights to both those two departments.
Could you describe for the jury, please, as far as your position at North Carolina State in that department, what are your duties?
Well, they are primarily to conduct research in the appropriate statistical methods to interpret DNA data and genetic data in a more general. So primarily to conduct research. I think my appointment's something like a 75% research appointment. The remainder of the time I teach courses in this area, and I supervise graduate students.
If you could, Dr. Weir, perhaps pull the microphone a little bit towards you.
Excuse me.
Could you describe for us, please, your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in mathematics. I took that in New Zealand. I then came to this country in 1965 to North Carolina State. I did a PhD degree in statistics with a minor in genetics, so I was studying both subjects. At the conclusion of that in 1969, I went to the University of California at Davis as a postdoctoral genetics student.
Could you describe, please, a little bit about what statistics mean as far as your particular area of interest?
Well, statistics means data in essence, so it's the study of data, how we interpret data, how we might go about drawing inferences from data. And for genetic data, anything that has to do with the transmission of a trait from parent to offspring, if it's a thing like height or IQ or something as simple as one of these DNA markers we've been hearing about. Any genetic entity, if it can be measured or counted, I can analyze it.
You've described the fact that you received your PhD in statistics. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is that why you are appropriately dressed as doctor?
Yes, sir.
You also, I believe, mentioned that you had what you called a minor in genetics.
Yes, the minor regarded the formal training, the coursework I took, and the examinations I had to pass in both statistics and genetics. My PhD research was a theoretical piece of statistics, but on a genetic problem. It was to do with the way that we expect gene frequencies to behave, for example. So I think the motivation of all my work is genetic, but the tools I use to do that work are statistical.
What relationship, if any, does this area that you've referred to as genetic have with DNA?
Well, of course, DNA underlies all of genetics. All of genetic information is DNA information. So when I say I analyze genetic data, all I'm really saying is I analyze data which eventually depends on the DNA.
Could you describe for us, please, after, and I believe you said that while you were at the University of California at Davis, you did some postgraduate work?
That's right, yes.
Did you then obtain employment after that?
Yes, I went back to my native New Zealand as a senior lecturer in a mathematics department, and I was there for 6 years teaching mathematics, teaching primarily statistics, actually, but continuing my research in genetics. I remained there 6 years and then came back to North Carolina State when I joined the faculty in 1976.
The time you were back at school as a lecturer in mathematics and statistics in Australia, was that at a particular school?
Mr. Clark, it was New Zealand.
I'm sorry.
And I was
That's unpardonable. I'm sorry.
I was on the faculty. I was not a student.
While you were in New Zealand at the university, what school was that?
It's a Massey University, Massey.
When you returned to the United States, to North Carolina State, what position did you take there?
I came as an associate professor, and I've subsequently been promoted to full professor of statistics and genetics.
Let's start with your position as an associate professor. What does that include? What types of duties in that position?
Oh, well, just the same as they are now, essentially. At that time, my appointment was 100% research, and I gradually picked up some teaching responsibilities.
In other words, teaching actual classes with students in statistics?
Actual classes with actual students, yes.
And then I believe you also said that you became a full professor at some point?
Yes, I think in 1981 I was promoted to full professor.
And have you been in that position since?
Until 1992, when I got a further promotion, if you like, and it's a named professorship, so I have the title of a William Neal Reynolds Professor of Statistics and Genetics.
What does that mean to go from a professor position to a named professor position?
Oh, it's a sign that I'm doing good work. It's a mark of honor at our institution. It's a good thing.
And are you in that position currently, that named professor?
Fortunately, it's a lifetime position.
All right, excuse me, gentlemen. Dr. Weir, if I could ask you to allow Mr. Clark to finish asking his question before you start to answer, since the court reporter is having difficulty if you talk over each other. All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. During this time period, from your education, that is your formal education, through to the present day, have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, there have been some. I think the one I'm most proud of outside the university is a Guggenheim Fellowship I received in 1983. That's a fellowship which carries a sum of money, and you get it by entering into a competition, essentially. And they're quite prestigious, and we were very pleased to get that. And that enabled me to take a year away from North Carolina, and I went to the University of Edinburgh in Scotland on a year's sabbatical.
And during that time period, what type of work did you do?
Well, it was a real luxury. I didn't have any responsibility, so I used that year to do some learning about the current DNA methodology. I needed to learn some new words, as I'm sure you've been hearing here. The current DNA methods, the current molecular biology has changed over the last 10 years, and I needed to, at that time, learn a new language.
What year was that again, this one-year fellowship?
It was 83 to 84.
And you said that was at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland.
Yes, sir.
Did that coincide with any events going on in the DNA world in England at that time, approximately?
It turned out to, although I didn't realize at the time, not very far from where I was, having my year of luxury, Professor Jeffries was just down the road at the University of Leicester, developing the RFLP markers that were used in forensic applications. He was, in essence, developing DNA fingerprints at about that time.
As far as professional organizations or societies, are you members of any of those?
Yes, part of my job requires me to keep abreast of developments in the field, and going along with that, I need to belong to the organizations that contain similar people.
Can you give us some examples of such organizations that you're a member of?
Yes, I think the most relevant ones are the American Statistical Association, the Genetics Society of America, and the American Society for Human Genetics.
Are you also members of other organizations as well in the areas of statistics and genetics?
Yes, there are several others. There's one called the Biometrics Society. Biometrics means the mathematics of biology, so that's very germane to this. This is Society for the Study of Evolution, for example, and I think there may be some others.
I'd like to turn your attention, if I can, to the scientific literature. Do you hold any positions as far as evaluating for journals or magazines whether or not scientific publications in your field should even be published in the literature?
Yes, I do that primarily for the journal Genetics, which is the official journal of the Genetic Society of America. If someone writes a paper in my area, a paper that I would understand, they may submit it to me, and then I in turn send it out to other people to review it. If the reviews are favorable, and if I agree with the reviews, then I can accept that paper and see that it's published. If the reviewers or myself or both don't like the paper, we think it's not correct or appropriate, then I reject it.
So is this in the position of your being an editor of a particular journal such
Yes,
as that one?
Yes, I'm an associate editor of that journal.
In that position, then, as I understand it, you not only review scientific papers in your field of expertise to determine if they are or should be published, but you also decide basically what other experts to send these manuscripts or articles to so that they can give you their input as well.
Yes, it requires me to be familiar with the work of a great many people, so I feel to have a good sense of who is working in my field, and so that I can choose them as reviewers, and it helps me to evaluate their own work. So this is not unusual. It's the way the peer review system works.
Can you describe for the jury, please, some of the publications that you either act or have acted as an editor for, or assistant editor?
Well, the one we've just talked about, particular, it's the journal Genetics, the journal of the American Journal of Human Genetics. I act in a somewhat similar role, although I don't have the final authority to accept or reject. The journal Theoretical Population Biology, I am responsible for all the genetics papers in that journal, and I have the authority to accept or reject papers there. The Journal of Heredity, I am an associate editor. I get to choose reviewers and make recommendations, although I don't have the final authority.
I'd like to shift your attention, and we'll return to scientific publications in just a few moments. But what I'd like to shift your attention, if I could, Dr. Weir, to is the area of presentations and lectures. First of all, in your area of expertise of statistics and genetics, have you been invited to give various presentations in the area of statistics as well as their application in the field of genetics?
Yes, I have. I think the most important way of disseminating my research is through publications. A more immediate way is to present them orally at scientific meetings, and I am invited to attend many such meetings at a local, all the way from the local high schools, if you like, on the way up to international congresses.
And have you in the past lectured at international meetings in various locations around the world in this field?
Yes, it's one of the benefits of my job that I get to go to many countries. It's a benefit.
As far as this area of, again, invited presentations and meetings, do you organize or chair any meetings of that sort or individual fields within meetings such as that?
Yes, I organized a very large international meeting at my university in 1987 in genetics, the second international conference in quantitative genetics. It was a major undertaking. We had over 500 people from around the world. In February of this year, I organized and chaired a meeting in this state on quantitative genetics with a lot of statistics in it. Quantitative genetics is a little different from what we're talking about here. It's the kind of genetics that go along with things that we measure, like height or grain yield or height of trees, as opposed to things that we count, like the DNA types we'll be talking about. So that was a conference I organized and chaired this year.
Are there any further conferences, whether this year or next year, at international locations that you are involved in organizing?
Well, not organizing, but I've been invited to talk on the statistical aspects of forensic DNA at an international conference in Spain in September and again in Edinburgh in July of next year.
In your role as a professor, and you may have described this a little bit earlier, do you supervise individuals or people who are trying to obtain their own PhDs?
Yes, that's probably the most important aspect of my teaching. Teaching classes is, of course, very important, but the one-on-one teaching, working with the graduate students on a thesis project, working with that student from the concept of the idea through to final publication it's time-consuming. It's very important, and I enjoy it very much.
As far as, and if I can return to the area of publications in your field, have you published in the scientific literature a number of articles about statistics and population genetics?
I think all of my publications are in this general area of applying statistics to genetic data. Yes.
And would this be in the peer-reviewed scientific literature?
Oh, yes.
And peer review means, again, what, please?
It's the process that we described that I am on one end of as an editor, but when I want to give my work, I have to go through the process from the other end. So I select a journal, which I think would be appropriate, send the paper to the editorial board of that journal, and hope they reach the right decision.
And how many times or how many publications have you, in fact, either authored or co-authored in this field of statistics and population genetics?
It's about 100, I think.
Are there other types of things that you write that may be published in the scientific literature other than, for instance, peer-reviewed articles?
Well, there is another avenue for expressing our thoughts or giving some results, and there are letters to the editor, or are commentaries or reviews. Sometimes I have been invited to write reviews of a field. For example, the population genetics issues in the forensic uses of DNA. There was a very prestigious journal, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The editor of that journal asked me to write a review of the issues in late 1992. So there are review articles like that, and then there are letters and other what I call commentaries. These are pieces of writing which are published at the whim of the editor, if you like, but without going through a peer review process.
Is it correct to say that the approximately 100 scientific publications that you have had through the peer review process that you've personally authored, that it's that type of publication that forms the backbone of science?
Oh, yes, that's the way science proceeds. Science cannot proceed, we scientists cannot reach opinions other than formulating themselves and publishing, then reading other publications. The way that our body of knowledge, everything we know, has to be accepted by other scientists, otherwise it's lost, and it's only accepted on the basis of the published literature.
Have you been involved in the writing of any books in this area?
Yes, I'm very proud of my 1990 textbook, Genetic Data Analysis. This is a compilation of a whole host of statistical methods for handling genetic data, the type of accounting data that we'll be talking about here. It's a collection of recipes, if you like, with the underlying methods.
I have in my hand what appears to be a book with a gray cover entitled Genetic DNA Analysis. Is that the book that you've just referred to?
That's Genetic Data Analysis, yes.
Have you been involved in...
Sorry, just to clarify, you said genetic DNA analysis.
Data,
I believe the
correct.
scientist correct. Thank you.
Thought I said data.
I thought I heard DNA as well.
Have you been involved in any recent books or other publications that are, well, let me rephrase that. As far as books are concerned, have you been involved in the writing of any other books or as an editor of any of those books?
The first book I edited was involved in the statistical analysis of our DNA sequence data. I think that was 1988. I edited the proceedings from the conference we held in Raleigh. I helped edit the proceedings of a conference held at the University of California at Davis. I'm currently preparing the second edition of Genetic Data Analysis. Last week I had published a set of papers in the forensic uses of DNA. The collection of papers is called Human Identification. That was a set of papers written by authors I had selected from around the world who work in this area, and included a couple of my own papers. So that was published as a special issue of a journal last week and will appear later this summer as a book.
Is that what I have in my hand now, entitled at the top, Genetica, an International Journal of Genetics?
The title of the journal is Genetica. The title of the issue is Human Identification.
And I believe you said this was a special issue of
Yes.
Genetics?
That's right. That's an issue of these journals come out periodically, and they contain many articles. All the articles in that issue are the ones that I solicited, had reviewed, accepted, and got published.
Do you participate in writing any reviews of books written by others?
Oh yes, that's the other side of the coin. I'm often asked by journal editors to write a review of a book, to inform other scientists about books in this area.
Is that a little bit more fun?
Yes, it gets you a chance to express your feelings without going through the need to be nice to reviewers.
Now, I'd like to shift your attention, if I can, Dr. Weir, to the actual testing in forensic casework, in cases such as this case before this jury. Have you previously consulted in any cases, that is, consulting using your expertise in the area of statistics and genetics? Have you consulted in any other cases other
yes.
than this case today?
Oh yes, I have.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, I'm frequently asked by attorneys to help them with the interpretation of the DNA evidence, with the statistical interpretation. I have worked with some prosecuting attorneys. I choose not to work with defense attorneys because I don't feel able to mount an adequate defense, in other words, an attack on these DNA matches. So the prosecuting attorney will send to me the reports in the case, the reports from the forensic scientists. When I receive those reports, they always contain a lot of information about the DNA matches, and along with some numbers. Things like the frequency of this profile is 1 in a million, that kind of statement. So It's my job to make sure that 1 in a million is an appropriate figure.
Let me stop you for a moment. When you said you consult with prosecuting attorneys, but not with defense attorneys because you feel you can't mount an attack on DNA, is that right?
Yes, I'm convinced that this methodology is sound, and I should say that I'm convinced that the statistical methodology is sound, so I can't think of a way to attack that. It could be, of course, that if the analysis was done incorrectly, then it would be appropriate for me to appear for the defense.
Did you describe for us approximately how many cases that you've acted as a consultant in where you've advised attorneys about this type of technology and their specific results?
I'm not sure of the number, but I have given testimony in, I think, 16 cases before today.
Can you tell us what states those have involved, if it has been more than your home state?
Yes, that's another opportunity to travel, of course. I've been in this state and I've been in this city giving testimony. I've been in the states of Oregon and Washington, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North and South Carolina, Florida.
And in those instances, did you in fact, or were you allowed to give opinions about whether or not frequency data in, for instance, DNA typing cases was presented appropriately?
Yes.
As far as DNA typing itself, can you describe for the jury, please, how is it you're familiar with, for instance, the technologies that have been previously testified to in this case, including both the RFLP typing technique and the technique that uses PCR as well?
We're talking about the technologies or the specifics of the case?
The technologies.
Well, the technologies really go back to my days in a graduate school. I've spent my career developing statistical methods for genetic data. Now, up until the early 80s, the types of genetic data we had were different to some extent from these DNA types. That doesn't really matter. All that is necessary in the first place for our analyses is that we talk about things, genetic entities, which are transmitted from parent to child, and they obey all the laws of genetics. These laws are fairly simple, as it turns out, but they can still lead to a very complex situation. So the theories I've been working on apply to blood groups, or eye color, or anything that we could count, any discrete character which we could say, yes, the person has the character, or no, the person does not have the character. So these methods were in place, and it turned out in the late 80s, when we had the DNA types introduced to the forensic arena, we already had the methods pretty much in place to handle that kind of data.
In other words, methods were being developed even before DNA typing was available to evaluate characteristics that were transmitted from parents to children. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Was that using methods such as protein typing or protein electrophoresis?
Yes, the time I was a postdoc in Davis, the data I was looking at were the protein electrophoretic variants.
DNA then came about in terms of its technology being available. Is that right?
The DNA markers, yes.
And these technologies, well, these DNA typing technologies then allowed you and other experts in your field then to look at the types of information or data that they were able to provide science as well. Is that right?
Right.
You described developing some methods. Was this in your work as a scientist? You developed some statistical methods to look at this type of information?
That's correct, yes.
Does that constitute a portion, and perhaps you can tell us what, how much of that portion of the approximately 100 scientific publications that you've had published?
Well, I think all of my publications have to do with the interpretation of genetic data.
As far as your publications, do they include articles about DNA typing results in forensics, that is, in cases like this case in this courtroom?
Yes, I think since about 1990, when I became involved in this area, I've been working on appropriate methods, and my publication started, I believe, 1991, and there's been about a dozen, I think, peer-reviewed papers laying out statistical methods and the resulting analyses of data for the forensic DNA markers.
Can you describe for the jury, please, of, I'm sorry, approximately a dozen or so of your publications, what do they generally deal with as far as forensic cases?
Well, the issues have changed over time, as they always do in science. At the beginning, the issue of some doubt was, can we form the frequency of a profile by multiplying together a series of numbers? Is this so-called product rule an appropriate thing to do? Well, it is appropriate if all these bits of information are independent of each other, if they really are telling us a series of different things. So we needed to address at the early stage whether or not these DNA profile components were in fact independent. So we set up some tests to see if the data supported that independence.
In a nutshell, can you describe what you mean when you use the term, we looked at independence and whether or not we could use the product rule?
Well, it's very simple. It's embarrassing how simple it really is in concepts. The question is, we have at a single probe or a single locus two pieces of information. It might be a DQ alpha 1.1 and 1.2, two types that we see. We would like to know how often those two types occur together in the same person. One way would be just to take a sample of people and see how many of them have that, and that's what we do. The other way, which we'll need to use in the next step, is to say, well, a good estimate of that number is the number of people who have a 1.1 times the number who have a 1.2. So these are two independent bits, so they sort of exist in their own right. This one has a frequency of 10%, this one has a frequency of, say, 5%, and we can multiply them together. Now, the testing we do, it's very simple. We just go and get a sample of people and say, how many people have the two types? How many would we expect have the two types if they're independent? And we compare what we observe and what we expect. And they won't be exactly the same, numbers being what they are, but providing they're not too far apart, then we'll say it looks like the data are consistent with independence.
Is that the type of work you do or the type of analysis you perform when you're asked to look at an individual case?
Yes, I always have to do that because in the cases there is always going to come a point where some numbers are multiplied together to end up with astonishing looking numbers. So I want to make sure that this multiplication process is valid in that case.
Or if you're performing research for purposes of one of your scientific publications, is this the same type of information you look at that leads ultimately to your publishing an article?
Well, my articles have dealt with sort of two aspects. One with setting up the tests, trying to make up some rules by which the observed and expected numbers could differ and us not be worried. So it's a little more complicated, but the idea is simple. We have to decide how close do they have to be for us to be comfortable. So that's the statistical methodology, that's the theory. So we develop and make sure those tests behave nicely. Then the second aspect is to apply them to some sets of data.
Now, I'd like to shift your attention, if I could, Dr. Weir, to Cellmark Diagnostics. Are you familiar with that laboratory?
Yes, I am.
And could you describe for the jury how is it that you are familiar with Cellmark?
Well, I've met the people from Cellmark, Dr. Cotton and some of her colleagues over the past several years at scientific meetings. I think it must have been 1991 when I was developing the test for independence. I was in touch with Dr. Cotton, and I'm not sure now whose idea it was, but I guess together we came up with the idea that I should examine their databases. So I discussed with Dr. Cotton and Dr. Lisa Foreman at Cellmark details of their database, and they sent me a computer disk which was just the DNA types of some hundreds of people that they had collected and typed. I analyzed the data and found...
Objection.
Well, excuse me, Your Honor. I think the objection was inappropriate.
Sustain.
As far as just in general at this point, your relationship with Cellmark Diagnostics, is it in any formal manner? Is there any formal relationship?
At this point, it's extremely formal. My university has a contract with Cellmark to analyze their data.
And when you say analyze their data, could you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
That the contract calls specifically for testing for independence in their databases.
As a result of your relationship with Cellmark in terms of looking at their data, you've described how they share information with you, is that right?
Yes.
And I believe you described they shared a disk with one or more of their databases?
The way of transmitting the data is on a computer disk. The list of data is too extensive for me to have to type it into a computer.
That's one way of their providing it to you?
Yes.
And is that in fact the most convenient way for your purposes?
Well, it's the only accurate way. They also give me a computer printout, and I suppose I could type it in, but there'd be a considerable chance of making an error if I did that.
What databases have they provided to you for your opportunity to examine them?
Several. In 1991, they provided what was their current forensic databases, consisting of people classified as Caucasian, African American, or Hispanic. It was just the African American and Caucasian first. The Hispanic came a little later. Last year, they sent me further databases they had collected through their paternity testing program. Each paternity case, of course, involves three people: a mother, a child, and an alleged father. So there's a lot of information they get in the course of their paternity business. And their paternity databases are classified according to Caucasian and African American. They've also sent me their PCR databases. Oh, excuse me, the first ones I described were the RFLP, and they've also sent me PCR databases with the express request I test them for independence.
When you stated that you received in 1991 databases for, I believe, Caucasian and African Americans, and then later received Hispanic database material from Cellmark,
Yes.
is there a title that we can apply with a year perhaps to that set of three databases?
Well, I've come to call those the 92 databases, the 1992, and the results of my analyses on the Caucasian and African American were published in a peer-reviewed paper in 1992 in the American Journal of Human Genetics.
All right. Perhaps you can describe that a little bit more fully. You ended up writing a scientific publication as a result of your looking at the 92 databases from Cellmark?
That's right, yes.
And is that one of the publications that is one of the approximately 100 that you've had published in the peer-reviewed scientific literature?
That's right.
Now, you also, and that was an RFLP database, is that right?
That was RFLP, yes.
You also described receiving in 1994 additional databases from paternity cases, is that right?
Yes, also RFLP, but just data a little more extensive and from a different source.
Can we appropriately refer to that as the 94 Cellmark databases?
Yes, I would like to do that.
And then I believe you also said that you received, and I'm not sure you gave the year, PCR databases from Cellmark.
Yes, the PCR I also received last year, 94.
Now, you are familiar, are you not, with Cellmark's methods for calculating population frequencies in cases such as this one?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that?
Because they've told me. I have held discussions with them going back to 1991, and then I've acted as an expert witness in some cases where their results were presented in court. I think the first one of those was in 1991. It was the case in this city.
As far as these databases that you've described, you've already used the concept and you've described independence and use of the product rule. Is that important to be able to use a database?
Oh, yes, it's essential.
Why?
The problem we face is to attach some kind of a number to a DNA profile. We are talking about an event which is so rare that we generally haven't seen it before. And I'm talking about the case, for example, when there's a DNA profile based on, say, 6 or 7 RFLP probes. When we have that many probes involved, there are so many possibilities, so many permutations of the types at the 6 or 7 probes. There are so many different profiles out there in the world that we can't expect to ever see them all. We certainly have never seen the matching one before in any specific case. But we have a problem. We would like to attach a number to that. We would like to say this is a very rare profile, and by the way, that means it occurs only once in a million people, or whatever the number is. We haven't observed a million people, so we have a problem. We solve the problem by thinking a little more clearly and saying, well, this profile, this single profile which has been declared to match, actually consists of several components. If it's 6 probes, each with 2 bands, I'm talking RFLPs, there are really 12 bits to the profile. It's like a 12-point pattern. Each of those points, we have a good idea of how frequently they occur in the population based on these databases. A database of a few hundred is perfectly adequate to estimate the frequency of one of the points. And what we find, as a good rule of thumb, each one of these points occurs about 10%, in about 10% of the population. Their frequencies are about 10%.
That's a rough estimate?
That's rough. It's often less than that, occasionally more, but it's a nice convenient figure to think of. 10% is the chance of getting one of these 12 or 14, whatever it is, points. But we have a profile of the whole 12. We want a number for the set of 12, and it's not an amazing thing. We're going to multiply those 12 frequencies together. And suddenly we've gone from something we can understand very easily.
1 out of 10?
1 out of 10. Every 10 people we come across, there'll be a couple of copies of any one of these bands, any one of the specific bands. But now we're asking, how often does the whole package come together? And it's kind of embarrassing. We suddenly end up with numbers that we find very hard to understand. If you multiply 10 by itself 12 times, you've got 12 zeros there. And we don't have a very good experience in anything with that, well, apart from the national debt, I guess, any numbers this big. So we have gone, now, it's an important number, obviously, and it depends crucially on being able to multiply.
If this independence of these different characteristics didn't exist, would that mean then that the number may not be accurate, or the estimate may not be accurate?
The estimate by multiplying really wouldn't have any meaning, yes.
Is that the type of examination that you have developed tests for, statistical tests, to determine if this independence exists?
That's right.
Is it also the case that you use tests, that is scientific and mathematical tests, that have been developed by others for this type of analysis?
Oh yes, I don't insist on doing it all myself. Some of the tests that I've used in this case, for example, the tests are very old. They go back to a very famous statistician called R.A. Fisher, writing in the 1930s. The tests he devised were good, but they were very difficult to implement. And another very prominent statistician in this country, Dr. Elizabeth Thompson, gave us, in essence, a trick, a way of doing the test on a computer, specifically for these databases.
Now, you mentioned that you have actually had published, that is a scientific publication, about the 1992 databases used by Cellmark.
That's right.
What did that publication involve? Can you capsulize or give us a summary of that?
Well, it was once again, it was very simple. I took the 2 databases I had at that time, and I think there were 4 RFLP probes at that time. Cellmark had collected types from 200 or 300 African Americans and 200 or 300 Caucasians. So we had those databases, and then I examined the question: does each pair of bands at a probe, does that occur as often in people in the databases as I would expect under the assumption of independence? And then that's one probe. Then I went to two probes. Is this, when I look at two probes, each with, can't work my fingers here. We've got two probes, one with two bands, the other one with two bands. Is a band at this probe, is it independent of a band at that probe? Because we're going to end up multiplying the whole four together. So I did some tests. I conducted tests that we had published previously. They weren't Dr. Thompson's tests. I had applied tests we had published about previously, applied them to the data and presented the results.
Were you able to reach any conclusions from this analysis that you published in the scientific literature?
Yes, the conclusions were that by and large Cellmark's databases were consistent with independence.
And by consistent with independence, meaning that the results obtained from each of these probes could in fact be multiplied together,
That's right.
producing what I think you've referred to as a profile?
Yes, I refer to the collection of bands as a profile, yes.
All right, we'll return to that in a little bit. But what I'd like to ask you about now, Dr. Weir, is have you had any previous experience? Let me rephrase that. You're familiar with the California Department of Justice, is that right?
Yes.
And the fact that they perform DNA typing work in their DNA laboratory.
Yes, in a general sense, yes.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience with the Department of Justice? And I'm referring to the California Department of Justice DNA laboratory.
Well, over the last 6 months, I've had several telephone conversations with Mr. Gary Sims and obtained from him a fairly good understanding of how it is that DOJ attaches numbers to their matching profiles.
Is there any, and you're familiar with the fact that the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Washington, D.C. also has a DNA laboratory, correct?
Yes, I've been working with Dr. Badoli from the FBI since the end of 1989.
To what extent, if any, does the Department of Justice in California rely on work previously done by the FBI? And I'm only referring right now to the area of population frequencies.
Oh, they rely, totally, all the numbers that DOJ generates in a case are based on data collected by the FBI.
We'll return to this case a little bit later, as I mentioned, but for purposes of this question, to your knowledge, was the FBI or were the FBI databases used by DOJ in calculating their frequencies of results in this case?
Oh, yes.
Now, you've mentioned the FBI. What type of relationship or working relationship, can you tell us a little bit more about that, have you had with them?
It's been a very close and harmonious relationship since the end of 1989. Dr. Badoli asked me to work with him in examining their databases. So he once again explained the procedures that they used to construct their databases. Theirs was a little different from Cellmark's. They had a somewhat wider base of people at that time. They had blood, they had DNA collected from our blood banks around the country and constructed a database. It's just a listing of the profiles of some hundreds of people. Dr. Badoli provided me with those databases. Those were three racial groups, Caucasian, African American, and Hispanic, and further subdivided into geographic region of Florida, California, and Texas. He provided me with those data. I performed some different tests on those because the FBI has a different procedure from Cellmark of deciding when bands match, for example. So I analyzed those data with Dr. Badoli's cooperation and published those results in a paper published in 1992 in the journal Genetics.
We'll return to that in just a second. But this process of obtaining databases from the FBI, was that done in a similar fashion to when the databases were provided to you by Cellmark?
That's right. I received a set of discs in the mail, yes.
And you performed various tests on these databases?
Yes, I did.
And that led to your publication, and I'm sorry, what year was it that you reviewed, that is, authored a scientific publication about the FBI's databases?
The paper was published in 1992. It went through several revisions, if you like. It was written, actually, I believe, early in 1991.
Just to be clear, both the publication that you authored about Cellmark as well as the 1992 publication about the FBI, did those relate to RFLP data only?
Oh, yes, they did.
As far as your review of the FBI's databases, can you give us again a brief summary of your findings?
Yes, I found what I expected to find, and I think what any population geneticist would expect to find. The databases were consistent with the various components of these DNA profiles all being independent, one from another.
Incidentally, have there been publications by other scientists about the FBI's databases as well?
Or there have been several other people who perform a similar role to myself. Dr. Chakraborty, for example. Should I spell that?
I think so, yes.
Chakraborty, from the University of Texas, has performed even more extensive analyses than I have.
Were his conclusions approximately the same or different or what?
Objection, private foundation.
Sustain.
Have you in fact read the particular publication by Dr. Chakraborty?
I certainly have.
And did it contain conclusions and opinions?
Yes, it did.
And did you agree with those?
I did.
Now, as far as, and I'd like to take you into individual casework, such as this case, have you, before this case, been involved in evaluating this data or population frequency information of other laboratories? And actually, let me rephrase that if I may. I think that's confusing. As far as you're looking at databases from both the FBI and Cellmark, have you looked at other laboratories' databases?
Yes, a variety of both private and state labs.
Can you describe those, please?
Well, we've had the private Cellmark mentioned. Also, it's a Life Codes, which is a private company, Genetic Design, which is in North Carolina, and a Roche Biomedical, private companies, state agencies, the State Bureau of Investigation in North Carolina, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, crime labs in 2 counties in Florida, crime labs in Minnesota, Oregon, Toronto, Australia, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom.
So in terms of looking at a database, that's something that you've had experience with on many occasions.
Yes, it is.
Turning your attention now to this individual case, and you've spoken already of having conversations with, I believe, Robin Cotton and Gary Sims about this case, is that right?
That's right.
Were you also provided written material?
Yes, I believe I've received all their written reports, at least the ones containing frequency estimates.
These would be reports from Cellmark in this case?
Yes,
Reports from the DOJ or the Department of Justice in this case?
that's right.
Did you also receive any raw data? And by raw data, I mean something other than a formal written report.
Well, I already had the databases that both labs use, the Cellmark's own databases, the FBI's databases that DOJ uses for RFLPs. And then as part of their reports, I received information on the detailed fragment lengths, the sort of the nuts and bolts of the matching profiles.
When you say fragment lengths, you're referring to, and you've used the term nuts and bolts, are these the actual approximate sizings of each of these bands that the jury has seen from the x-rays that we looked at some weeks ago?
Yeah, that's right. Each of those bands has a number attached to it, like 1369, the estimated fragment length. So I got all those numbers.
Were you also provided with each laboratory's estimate of the approximate frequency, or approximately how often characteristics found in the various items of evidence in this case are found in various populations?
Yes, I received all those reports.
Were you also provided with the data about the results of PCR testing in this case as well?
Yes,
And that included the marker, and I think you've already given a short example of DQ alpha,
that's right.
polymarker,
Yes.
and that consists of more than one genetic marker, is that right?
It's a set of 5 markers, yes.
And also, were you given the actual results, the typing results from use of the marker D1S80?
I was.
From a statistical standpoint or a population frequency standpoint, when you make determinations in an individual case, do you use the actual types reported by the DNA analyst or the laboratory that's involved?
Oh, I must do, yes.
In other words, do you ask for and want to look at, for instance, the x-rays or the photographs of typing strips so that you can evaluate what the types are that are shown?
No, I'm not qualified to do that. I have to start with the information written down, the fragment length or the DQ alpha type from the strip. I'm not qualified to do the determination myself. I must accept what the forensic scientist says they found.
In other words, you rely on the expertise and experience and training of the DNA analyst to determine what types and what matches exist,
That's right.
or what exclusions exist.
That's right.
As far as an exclusion, do you have any interest or can you assign any frequency to an exclusion?
No, an exclusion is an exclusion, and we don't need to attach a number.
As far as your work in this case, did you also have, and you've described a little bit about discussions with Gary Sims and Robin Cotton, did you have discussions when you had a question about a particular result or a database used and so forth?
Oh, I did that frequently. Yes.
If there was something that you couldn't determine from the actual materials you were provided, did you have one of these telephone or in-person contacts?
Yes, I certainly did.
As far as this case is concerned, did you then perform certain calculations and look at databases and results?
I did.
Ultimately, did you reach certain opinions or conclusions about various factors or various areas of the frequencies that are involved in this case?
Well, I don't have opinions. I have estimated the frequencies of all the matching profiles in this case.
As far as population frequency data, and let's take a forensic case just like this one, when a number is presented in court, whether that's a number of 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 10 million or whatever, is that a precise number?
No.
What is it?
It's our attempt to attach some meaning to the match. The 1 in 10 will obviously be more precise than the 1 in 10 million. We are attempting a very difficult task to attach a number to a very rare event. An argument could be made that maybe we should stop doing that for 7 RFLPs or 11 RFLPs. If we have a match with 22 fragments all lining up, it's inconceivable that we could come up with a number that would make any sense, and meaning that we just have no experience of such an enormous number. So, but the other thing is that we will never know for sure how many people have any particular profile. We expect that by the time we get to 7 RFLP profiles, there'll be very few, if any, other people in the world with that type, but we'll never know that. We can't type everybody in the world. We can't even count all the people in Los Angeles. It's just not possible. We have to deal with estimates, and our estimates have to be based on the information we have available to us. And that means we have to go out and type as many people as possible. And just the practicalities of that means that we'll be talking about a few hundred or a few thousand people who will be typed. Now, Cellmark in 1992 has a Caucasian database of, I don't know, 300 people, and you could base an estimate on that. And we know if we had a different database of 300 people, even collected under the same conditions, we would get a different answer, because the answers we get are estimates of the true frequency, whatever that is, which is not known, and we never will know it. So we have to be very sure to interpret these estimates as simply that. They are good estimates of a quantity which we will never know for sure.
As far as the databases used in this case, did you in fact look at those databases and perform some of the tests that you've described earlier?
I did.
With what purpose in mind? Why did you do that?
Just to make sure that it was legitimate to multiply the numbers together to end up with the profile frequencies.
Did you look at the Cellmark databases that were used in this case by Cellmark?
I did.
Did you also look at the additional database that you received from Cellmark for 1994?
I did.
As far as the data used by the Department of Justice, can you tell us what databases you looked at there? And I'm only talking about RFLP at the moment.
Yeah, the RFLP databases are collected by the FBI. The FBI's databases have been expanded by the addition of additional probes over time. When I wrote my 1992 paper, I think there were 5 probes at that time, and now there are 7 in the database. So the databases are being expanded. So I examined the current version, the databases I received from the FBI this year, and used them, examined the databases, checked for independence, and applied them to the profiles in this case.
As far as the PCR databases, and let's refer to those, and if you would just describe again as you did with regard to the RFLP, did you test those databases as used by the laboratories, in this case, Cellmark and Department of Justice also?
Yes, Cellmark has their own PCR databases, and they asked me the summer of 1994 to analyze them, which I did. And the DOJ story is a little more complicated. They rely on several different sources of information about PCR types. They don't generate their own databases. I chose to examine an FBI database for PCR types. The database of the FBI has been described in publications by the FBI, which I've reviewed, but from my perspective, more importantly, I've examined that database myself. It contains the whole 7 PCR types, that's DQ alpha, D1S80, and the 5 polymarkers, the whole 7 loci typed on the same people, so that I could do tests for independence of those types.
Does it make any difference in referring to these PCR markers that you looked at a different database than Cellmark used to report their frequencies from the PCR results in this case?
Well, the difference is that I'll get a different number, just as Cellmark will get a different number if they added a single person to the database tomorrow. Every database gives its characteristic number. What we have found in this whole business over the last 5 years, once you start getting several loci, several probes, we can reach conclusions that a matching profile is rare, no matter which database we use. It sounds kind of strange at first sight that we should get numbers from different racial backgrounds, which are, although they're different, they're not often wildly different. So we get differences between racial groups, between different labs, between databases collected in different years. They're all different numbers. They're all addressing the same issue, and I don't think it matters, providing we keep in mind that what we're trying to do is to establish whether or not a matching profile is rare.
As far as these tests that you performed on the various databases that you've just described, is there a way that you can summarize the results? And I'm talking about your examination of the databases.
Well, there's a general statement I would make that by and large the components of the DNA profiles in this case are independent. There are exceptions. Occasionally I will find some evidence of an apparent association, some lack of independence between parts of some of the profiles.
When you've used the term association, what's that mean?
Or association, it refers to the lack of independence. If the piece of DNA a person receives from one parent is somehow associated with that from the other parent, meaning that if I tell you this person has a 1.2 DQ alpha, if that gives you any information at all about the other type, if that makes it more likely that the other one is a 1.4, then we have associated fragments. Now, we wouldn't expect that to be the case in these DNA markers, which as far as we know don't have any effect on us. They don't affect our health or well-being. So we expect them to be independent. We don't expect people to marry based on their DNA type, so we don't expect the 2 parents to have associated types, and we don't expect them to transmit associated types to their children. So when we get a database, we expect to find that the 2 bits are independent. And by and large, that's what we find. Not 100% of the time. Occasionally, we find that a particular pair of types will occur more often than we expect. Sometimes it'll occur less often. And when I say more often, I mean statistically significantly more often.
Now, was that the case as far as the conclusions that you've just described, where you've described sometimes you see this association? Was that the case in your analysis of the databases used in this case?
It happens occasionally. Roughly speaking, it happens about 5% of the time. When I do a test, I will find an apparent departure from independence.
What does that mean? What steps do you take?
Well, I don't think it means anything. It's the nature of what we do. When we do a test, when we look for independence, we don't know the answer. We don't know if they're independent or not. We don't know for sure. We're going to go through a procedure. We're going to do a test, as I described, comparing observed and expected, and end up making a statement. Before we even do it, we know there's a chance that we're going to make a wrong call. We devise our tests to make that chance of an error small. And for this particular kind of error, saying there's an association when there really isn't, but saying there is, we devise things to make sure that we'll have an error which is small, and we choose the small number of 5%. So we do what is called a 5% test. It sounds like we're making life hard for ourselves, but that's the way it is. We do a procedure. Most of the time it's fine. 5% of the time it says, oh, there is an association here. And we don't know, when we look at that, we don't know if that's the 5%, the 1 in 20 that we would expect, or if it's something really biological going on, and these two bits of DNA really have an affinity one for the other, and they're going to be transmitted together. We just don't know by looking. So we don't have a problem. We just say, here are two bits of DNA which are associated. They're not telling us two bits of information. We shouldn't pretend we have two matches, one at each band. We've sort of got somewhere between 1 and 2, so I choose to just use one of those two bands. I'm going to throw away the other band for my calculations, because I can't be sure that it's another bit of information, so I'll just use one of them.
In this particular case, did you perform perform a calculation process on various pieces of evidence?
I did.
In doing that, did you use this approach that you just described, that when you occasionally found this association, you would eliminate one of those pieces of information to make sure you weren't overstating basically how frequent or approximately how frequent a match may be?
I did, yes.
Is the court going to...
Objection, I believe to be overstating how rare it is.
Was the court going to take a break at some point?
4:30.
Very, very good. By not considering a particular fragment or a particular allele, as that term has been used in this court, would that be an example of using a very conservative approach to making a frequency estimate?
Yes, it's conservative in that by, in essence, discarding, throwing away one of those matching items, we are not figuring that into the calculation, so the frequency looks to be less rare.
When you discard or not use that one band, you're not reaching the conclusion, are you, that those items or bands are actually associated, are you?
No, it's my feeling that they're not. I don't know of a biological reason why they would be, but I don't know what the reason is. It might be just that this particular set of 300 people in this database happen to have this particular pair of alleles more often than not. I don't attach much meaning to it, but nor can I discount that finding, nor can I ignore that finding.
The calculations that you made in this case, based on the various fragment lengths, if the test was RFLP, or the different alleles, if the test was PCR in origin, were those calculations made based on methods that you've developed?
Yes.
Were they also based on methods that others have developed as well?
Yes.
As far as the methods you used, as well as the methods developed by others, have they been published in the scientific literature?
All the methods have been published by myself and others over a long period of time, yes.
In this calculation process, are there a series of steps that are involved?
Yes.
Are there places along the calculation process where you have to make decisions about things?
Oh, well, there are. For example, when we find associations, we have to decide what to do. And I've described what I do as discard one of those bands.
Are there other examples of decisions that need to be made along this process of calculating a profile frequency or calculating the frequency of matching characteristics?
Well, there are, through the whole chain of things, right from the time when the forensic scientist has to declare a match up until the final answer comes, there are a series. So there's the matching criterion, and that's really beyond my expertise. I'm sure you've had it described, but the labs have a rule by which they'll say two RFLP fragments are close enough together that they match. They won't be exactly the same length, but they'll be so close that they look to be matching. And now, so the question is, I said that these types occur 10% of the time. That's oversimplifying it a little bit. Supposing we had a fragment length 1,369 bases, and we went out and looked at 1,000 people and looked at all their bands, chances are we won't see any bands of 1,369. The possible range of band lengths is so enormous. There are so many thousands of different types. We won't see them all. So what we do is we'll say, well, how many times do the bands close to that one occur in the database? How many, cell mark says, how many occur in a floating bin around that database? So we have it's a decision on how to attach a frequency. There are other ways of doing it. That's what I'm trying to say. There are other ways. This is a conservative procedure.
In other words, there isn't simply one method that necessarily needs to be followed by every laboratory.
No, there's not one method for doing most things in science.
Are there other steps along the way wherein you, for instance, in your own calculation method, have to make decisions? And I'm referring to the approach.
I'm drawing a blank for the moment.
All right. Your Honor, if we could take a break at this time, perhaps the witness's memory will be no longer blank about my question.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions, allow anybody to communicate with you, or conduct any deliberations. And we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. All right, Doctor, you can step down. Back on the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Where would you resume the witness stand, please? And Mr. Clark, you may conclude your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Dr. Weir, I think we had been discussing the fact that in this case, you also calculated frequency estimates for the various items of evidence that matched a particular individual. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Did you also calculate frequencies, that is, approximations of how often certain characteristics that were found in mixtures occur in populations?
Yes, I did.
As a result of the examinations in this case of not only the databases that you described earlier, but also the actual pieces of evidence and the frequencies attached to those pieces of evidence that matched or were consistent with someone, did you describe those in your report as far as the same idea of approximately 1 n?
Yes, that's a fairly convenient way of writing the numbers. We could do it one of two ways. We could say the frequency is 0.000 and so on, or we could say it's 1 in a million. It's a little easier to think about the 1 in a million than write down as decimal point 5 zeros and a 1.
In other words, it's a little easier in terms of understanding the math to use the term 1 n instead of, as you said, 0.0235 or whatever combination that may be involved.
It's a little easier to keep track of things. We understand the word million. It's hard for our eyes to distinguish 5 zeros in a row from 6 zeros. It's that kind of thing I'm talking about.
Now, in your calculation of frequencies, when you use the methods that you have described, would your frequencies be the same as, for instance, as described on these boards by Cellmark or DOJ for various pieces of evidence?
They're not exactly the same, no.
Why?
Well, for three reasons. The first one is I sometimes use different databases. And as we know, as we expect, different databases will give different answers. The second one is, along with my estimate, I attach some measure of confidence in that estimate. As I've said already, ultimately the answers we come up with are based on a few hundred people. That's just the way it is. It's appropriate, but that's the way it is. A different set of people will give us a different answer. So as a statistician, I need to say, here is my answer, and this is how good I think the answer is. Now, we meet this concept every day. We see in the newspaper 47% of the people support the president on some issue, plus or minus 3 percentage points. So the president feels good because he's got half the people, and the opposition feels good because they've only got 44. It gives everybody room to feel good. But when we see the 47, we stick with that number, but we know whatever the true number is, it's probably going to be in this range of plus or minus 3 percentage points. And it's the plus or minus 3 which, if you think about it, is just about as important as the 47%. One without the other is only giving some of the story. The plus or minus is an important concept. In statistics, we call that a range from the 47 minus 3 to go 44% up to the 47 plus 3 to go 50%. That range of 44 to 50, it's a confidence limit, confidence interval, excuse me. It is an interval with which we have a certain confidence that it includes the true answer. Well, it's the same thing here. Our measure of confidence, our confidence interval is going to depend on the data. It's going to reflect the size of the database. If we typed everybody there was, the confidence limit would, interval would shrink to nothing, and the answer we have would be the true one. The fewer people we type, the wider becomes this confidence limit, and in essence, the less confidence we have in any specific number in that range. Now, the public opinion polls are generally based on about 1,000 people, 1,200, something like that, to give the plus or minus 3 percentage points. But they apply to a single question: do you support the president? Yes or no, or yes, no, or maybe. It's a single question. What we have here is it's compound, isn't it? Because the profile has, say, 12 bits to it. Each of the bits separately we could do a plus or minus, and on the databases would get about the same thing, plus or minus 1 or 2 percentage points. When I say the frequency of a piece is 10% based on a few hundred people, that will be about somewhere in the range 9 to 11%, maybe 8 to 12, but they'll be very close to 10%. Each of those 10% numbers I have a fairly good precision on, but when I start multiplying them together, my precision kind of dies off. And it's kind of dramatic. It's not going to be 3% anymore. It's going to be about 50%. So when anybody says an estimate of a profile is about 1 in a million, attached to that 1 in a million is a statement, or it could be as low as 500,000. And now the actual numbers vary according to the situation, but a good rule of thumb is that I would divide the original number by 2, and then that division, that smaller number, which is actually a higher frequency, it's a more conservative number, that's sort of giving me, it's a 99% confidence limit. So I do the estimates as did the other people, and I would attach to them a 99% confidence limit. It's just a reflection of the fact that our answer is based on a relatively small number of people.
Is that a step you take to make sure, at least to the extent you can, that you're not overstating the rarity of something?
That's right, yes.
Is there another step or another procedure that you use?
There is another step which even further reduces the numbers that we have prepared, and this is a more recent step. It's been developed over the last couple of years by myself and some other scientists in both this country and in England, and it has to do with a somewhat vexing problem in theory. Here we have a crime committed in a certain area, and we're going to attach to the evidentiary items a number based on data collected from people all over the country. What relevance does that, like the FBI's data, what relevance does the FBI's data from the whole United States, or at least from 3 different states, have to Los Angeles County? Well, I think it has a lot of relevance because I think these frequencies do not vary very much. But the point has been raised, well, what if the relevant population here is very different as far as its DNA frequencies go? Maybe people in this area, or people who might be considered as potential perpetrators for any crime, maybe that set of people has this profile very commonly. Maybe the profile that's found to match occurs once in 100 of these people. It might occur once in a million over the whole country, but that would be unfair, the argument goes, to give the country-wide figure when we should be talking about this specific area of the crime. So the issue is, do we have groups within the population? It's called population structuring. Well, we do, of course. We know that in the US Caucasian population, we have people whose backgrounds are from different European countries. We've got people of Italian descent. We've got people of Irish descent, and so forth. just to make sort of an obvious example, and to some extent at least, people with those backgrounds marry people they know and maybe have similar backgrounds. So we may, to some extent, have preserved those differences that occurred in the European countries. They may still be here. That's the objection that has been, that's the point that's been raised. Well, it sounds like a valid point. How can we accommodate it? Well, in population genetics, we have a theory which enables us to measure the amounts of difference amongst these groups. And it enables us to modify our answers. It enables me, for example, to take the band frequencies from the whole country and in essence modify them. It makes them a little bit more frequent to account for the possibility that in any one group the frequencies are a bit higher than the nationwide average. I have published on that, as have other people. So we have done an accommodation for the possibility of population structuring. When I do that, it reduces the number a little bit further.
Is this an example of another step that you take to make sure that you don't overstate the rarity of matching characteristics?
That's the intention, yes.
In a criminal case, does that then benefit a defendant if there's been instances of matches between evidence and a defendant?
That's right.
Or matches between any person who may be connected with it?
In essence, it downgrades the weight to be attached to any matching evidence, yes. It downgrades the number, excuse me.
And in fact, you calculated frequencies for these various pieces of evidence that appeared to be from one person.
That's right.
You know, I believe you also described the fact that you calculated approximate frequencies for what were mixtures of samples. Is that right?
That's right.
Without getting in, well, let me rephrase that. The method that you used to calculate these approximate frequencies for mixtures, what does that number reveal to us? What does it tell us?
It tells us what's the frequency, how likely it is, what's the probability, or what's the chance of getting this mixed stain. There are some mixtures which, instead of having two bands or two types at a locus, have 3 or 4. Obviously, there was more than one contributor. So how likely it is that we get such a mixture if, in fact, there were 2 contributors? Or how likely would we get this mixture if there were 3 contributors? It's not different in concept at all to the single stains. We have a single stain with 2 bands, and we ask the question, how likely is it that we get those 2 bands in the one person for a single stain, or in 2 or 3 people for a mixed stain?
So for a mixed stain, you would calculate estimates of how often these combinations of markers would be found in, for instance, if, for instance, 2 people were part of that stain.
That's right.
And you did the same if 3 people were part of that stain? Or,
That's right.
Or 3 different people contributed to the results that were ultimately obtained?
If the mixture, the mixed stain, represents the DNA left by 2 or 3 people, yes.
The method that you used to calculate that, and I'm just referring to the mixtures now, has
Yes.
that been published in the scientific literature?
Oh, yes.
All right. Did you, in fact, then make these, and let's start with instances in which there were mixtures.
All right.
And you've described the fact that you made certain calculations.
All right.
With the court's permission, I would like to use the first board of the Bundy crime scene results. And also with the court's permission, I intend to elicit from the witness certain frequencies. It was my intent to simply write them in as opposed to the witness going back and forth, if that's acceptable.
All right. With the assumptions
Yes, yes.
clearly stated.
Now, Dr. Weir, I'd like to, if I can, and I don't know if you can you see that board?
No, I have a small version. Should I look at that?
Actually, well, yes, if you have that available.
This is the Bundy crime scene.
Yes. You have before you what appear to be legal size or larger Xerox copies of basically what's the board before the jury at this time.
Maybe I should check.
For the record, Your Honor, is People's Exhibit 259.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, do you want to examine that for a moment?
Thank you. Actually, yeah, I would like one. If you could also provide a copy to the defense.
Do you have any other copies of that?
Not with me, but I think I do upstairs.
Perhaps your minions watching can bring that down.
Not sure they can find it. Dr. Weir, what I'd like to do is first, as to this results board, you're referring to a document in front of you that appears to be a reduced version of the board. Is that right?
That's what's a little easier for me to handle.
Did you have an opportunity to review that board, including the numbers that are written in off to the far right?
I did.
And does that, without comparing every detail by any means, between the board, the exhibit itself, and the document you have, do they appear to contain the same information?
Yes.
What I'd like to do is direct your attention to item number 78, which is labeled the Ronald Goldman boot drop. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in particular, is it your understanding that with respect to, and let's start with the RFLP results,
All right.
that there was observed from the use of 5 different probes, 10 bands of greater intensity that were consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson, and 4 additional bands that were consistent with 4 of the bands from Ronald Goldman.
Well, I need to be careful. My analyses are based on the bands. I have not gone into the relative intensities. That's beyond my area.
All right. Then limiting what I just described to you as not including the relative intensities, is that your understanding of the results reported by the laboratory on this test?
Yes, Cellmark has reported the mixed stains, and it looks like 14 bands, 14 RFLP bands, some of which match the profile of Nicole Brown and some of which match the profile of Ronald Goldman.
Did you, as a result, and you obtained the actual lengths of these fragments so that you could make a statistical calculation of the approximate frequency that we're about to discuss?
Your Honor, I object to the term match, especially as to the bands consistent with Mr. Goldman, given the somewhat.
Oh, proceed.
Did you understand my question?
I received the actual band lengths in order to do calculations.
Now, as part of this calculation process, and again just focusing on the RFLP results, were you able to approximate or make estimates of how often these fragments would be found, assuming that, first of all, 2 people contributed to that mixture?
Yes, I was able to do that.
Did you also do that under the assumption that 3 people contributed to that mixture?
Yes.
And under those 2 assumptions, you then calculated these estimates. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, from your review of how this board basically has been described as far as frequencies, there have been ranges. Is that right? In other words, using simply the item above 78, number 56, there is written in under frequency 1 in 48 to 1 in 610. Is that right?
Yes, those will be the estimates based on different databases. Yes.
And in fact, more than one database is normally used because there's more than one major racial group. Is that right?
Well, Cellmark has 3 databases. They were using 3 databases in their report, yes.
When you calculated the frequencies of these mixtures, and again, assuming 2 people contributed to item 78, and then we'll also have you describe it under the assumption 3 people contributed to 78, are you able to give us the same types of ranges for these combinations of characteristics?
Yes, we can give a range, once again, depending on which databases were used.
And in fact, would the estimates be different depending on which of the major groups you used?
Oh, yes, they will be different to some extent. Yes.
Now, specifically with regard to item 78 then, if we put on the board 2 : would that be okay to signify your assumption that 2 people are in the stain?
That's right. That number would be the frequency with which 2 people, in essence, plucked off the street, two random people, had between them profiles which would look like the mixed stain profile.
When you perform that same estimate using 3 people, does it become a different number than it was with 2?
It does.
Why? I'm not referring to this result in particular, but in general.
Well, it's a different question. If the chance of getting 2 people with blue eyes walk through the door next is different from the chance of getting 3 people with blue eyes walk through the door next. So if we ask a different question, we'll get different answers.
Okay, then specifically with regard to the RFLP mixture in item number 78, can you give us the most frequent of the estimates using the various databases for 2 people, that is 2 persons contributing to that stain, and then also the least frequent, and with the court's permission, I'll simply write it in on the board.
I'm going to be referring to the report that I prepared and gave to you previously.
So would it assist you to refer to the report to ensure that you provide us with the exact estimates, that is, the exact numbers in your estimates in your report?
Oh, it's essential.
All right. Then could you do that, Dr. Weir, with regard to item number 78, again, under the assumption that 2 people contributed to that RFLP mixture?
So if there were 2 people, and I get confused when I talk about smaller and larger, but the frequency, which is the more common, is 1 in about 300 million.
1 in 300 million. And then what would be the least common or the rarest amongst that range?
Well, this is where it starts to get embarrassing, because I would say it's a 1 trillion.
Approximately.
Yes.
1 trillion.
1 trillion.
That's approximately 1 trillion.
Yes.
And I'll put a circle around the 2 person. I hope that sound isn't bothering anybody. Can't make a pen sign without the squeak, apparently. Did you also make a similar calculation under the assumption that that mixture was a result of 3 people? That is, 3 persons contributed to that stain as shown by the RFLP results.
Yes, I did, and I'm just checking to make sure I've got the right. I don't seem to have the cell mark figures for that item 78 for the RFLPs.
Would it assist if we examine that a little bit later?
It might be fast if we just went through the 2.
Table 30?
Well, I'm looking at that. This is based on the FBI's PCR data.
All right, you want to go through the 2-person assumption?
That's fine. Would that be easier, Dr. Weir, to go through?
Yes,
the 2 persons?
I'm sorry, I don't have those right where I can see them.
All right, while we're on item 78, there were also PCR results indicating a mixture on that same stain from Ron Goldman's boot. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And did you perform the same calculation under the 2 assumptions, both that 2 persons contributed to those PCR results as well as 3 people?
Yes, I did.
Let's just do the 2 first, as you mentioned. Can you tell us what that range would be just for the PCR markers?
Yes. For the PCR markers, this is using the FBI's data. So the range goes from 1 in 500.
Sorry, Dr.
Oh, I'm sorry, 21C.
1 in 500?
1 in 500 to 1 in 120,000. Now, I do have the 3 contributors for the PCR stain.
All right, then perhaps let's go through that. And that's again under the assumption that 3 persons contributed to this stain. Is that right?
That's right. What's the frequency with which 3 people unknown to us, and we don't know who these people are or what their types were, but just the chance of drawing 3 people at random.
Sorry, Your Honor. Can I just approach the witness? I just think he missed something on his table.
excuse me, Mr. Clark, the PCR result is 1 in 285.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. All right.
Let me give that a try. Bad try. Perhaps we can put a patch over that at a convenient time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is it 1 in 285 to 1 in 120,000 approximately?
Yes,
Okay, let's turn, if we can, then to the assumption that 3 people contributed to that stain.
that's right. So we're going to get a different answer because we're talking about a different scenario here. 3 people randomly, and this is from any 3 racial backgrounds. The most common frequency is 1 in 60.
1 in 60?
Yes.
All right.
And the least frequent is 1 in 490,000.
490,000?
Yes.
First of all, Dr. Weir, and you've described why there is this difference between 2 and 3 people. And that's basically, under one situation, you're assuming 2 people
That's
contributed
right.
to that
That's
stain?
right. Yes. Well, we certainly know that there was not one contributor because there are more than 2 alleles at the probes.
And then the second assumption is that 3 people led to obtaining those results or contributed to that mixture.
That's right.
As far as the differences, and let's use the last one that you just described, which was from 1 in 60 approximately to 1 in 490,000. Why is there that difference?
Because these PCR markers, the alleles in this mixed stain, have very different frequencies in the different racial databases.
In other words, there is some, at least, difference that's enough to create this difference from 60 to 490,000 because characteristics at these genetic markers differ amongst racial groups?
That's right, yes.
Okay, perhaps what we'll do is return to item 78 once you've had an opportunity to re-examine as to 3 contributors.
Thank you.
What I'd like to call your attention to next is a particular results board dealing with the glove found at Rockingham. Are you familiar with that board?
I think not only, in fact, I could probably find them.
And do you have one of those similar ledger-sized sheets that appears to be a Xerox of what's contained on what will shortly be the glove result board?
Yes, I do.
For the record, Your Honor, the exhibit that we placed up is People's Exhibit 272.
Thank you.
B, it appears. First of all, with regard to this board, you not only produced a report, you also produced an addendum. Is that right, Dr. Weir?
That's right. I had done an initial analysis on these stains, including the mixtures, and then subsequently I did the RFLP results.
And did that include mixtures on various locations from what's been identified as the Rockingham glove?
Yes.
Do you have that board, I'm sorry, do you have that Xerox in front of you that appears to contain the same information as People's Exhibit 272B, the results board?
Yes.
With regard to these glove, and let's start with the RFLP results, did you calculate these mixture frequencies?
Yes, I did. And let me just make sure I can find them.
Mr. Clark, do you have an extra copy of that particular page?
Do you have the addendum, Dr. Weir?
Oh, excuse me. Yes.
And does that addendum describe these frequencies for the mixtures that we're about to discuss?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with, and let's start with, if we could, what's marked area G1.
Yes.
And that would be the second result down on the chart itself.
Yes, that's right. And it's a little simpler maybe if we recognize that G1 and G3 in fact have the same profile types. I believe that's right. G1 and G... Is that right? Is it G1 and G4, excuse me.
So that when you give a result, I can write it on more than one stain to make
Yes, it looks, in fact, doesn't it, that G1, G2, and G4 are all the same. They have a DQ alpha 1.1, 1.3, 4, and possibly a 1.2. They all have a D1 S80 with the 18 and the 24 alleles. So, in fact, you'll be able to write the same numbers for G1, G2, and G4.
Okay, why don't we deal with, would it be easier to deal with the PCR results first? Or the RFLP?
The RFLP is what I've got in front of me.
Okay.
Yes.
Then let's start with, if we can, and I'm going to direct your attention to what's marked G1. And as you've described it, it will also apply to G2 and G4 as to the RFLP results?
Yes, just let me double check that. Oh, well, excuse me, when I've got myself confused. Those three have the same PCR types, don't they?
Okay.
The RFLP, because the band lengths are a little bit different, and also a different number of bands were present, so we better do them one at a time.
Okay. Then let's start, if we can, with area G1.
All right.
In particular, the RFLP frequency estimations under the assumption that there are two donors to that particular mixture.
So the most frequent is 1 in 6 million.
And that range goes to what?
To 1 in 600 billion.
600 billion?
Yes.
All right. And then did you also make an estimate for or under the assumption there were three contributors?
I don't think I'm going to be able to find that quickly.
Okay. Would it be easier then to move on to G2?
Yes.
Under the assumption there were two contributors on the RFLP results, then what would the range be?
The range turns out to be the same for G1. The same number of bands were visible in the mixture, and DOJ's method of doing the calculations will result in the same numbers. So it'll be the range 1 in 6 million to 600 billion.
Would it be easiest then to move on to G4 and the RFLP results under the assumption of two donors?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So G4 had one less matching band, and so the numbers are a little different, although not dramatically. They go from 1 in a million.
1 in 1 million?
Yes, 1 in 1 million. Up to 1.